Test 1, 2, 3 here at Rich Schwab Park. It's nice and sunny. It's a good little sun beating down on us from yesterday when the game was wet and rainy. That's all. Your computer in my ears, by the way.
What do you mean?
Like the do 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 do, the do 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 from whatever like notification just came across the computer. I just heard it in my ears. I'm not sure why.
That's really weird.
Yeah. Um, the Southern Oregon Raiders stand on top of the CCC, but also stand on top of the NAIA conference. They're the number one team in the nation right now. So here in Bushnell, it's going to be a tough opportunity for the Beacons to really come out and beat the number one team here at home. There's only one more game of in-conference play before the next game is a non-conference one. So unfortunately, in this scenario, Bushnell dropped the first two games, looking to catch two games, make it a tie.
Give me some more.
Gotcha. And right now, in the CCC, Eastern Oregon standing on the top. They're 16-3 with a conference record of 13-1. They did split that last game with Southern Oregon, allowing them to jump Southern Oregon in the CCC standings. And again, the CCC being one of the tougher conferences here in the NAIA. It's Eastern Oregon, Southern Oregon, College of Idaho, and Oregon Tech all in that top four spot. And they're sharing 1, 2, 3, and 4, 13-1, 12-1, 11-3, and 6-3. And then we move down. It's British Columbia at 7-6. Carroll and 7-6 are fighting for that fifth spot. And then to round it out, it's Providence, Warner Pacific, Corbin, and Bushnell. Bushnell being at the bottom of the CCC after having a terrific start, winning 5 games in Arizona.
Give me a little more.
Yeah. So after winning 5 games in Arizona, the Bushnell Beacons came back here in Rich Schwab Field, and that was against Corbin, unfortunately. For the Bushnell Beacons, they did lose those games to Corbin at home, then went to go try. Okay, perfect. Well, it's a beautiful sunny day here in Rich Schwab Field, and the sun ever so brightly shining on this beautiful field, where it's the Southern Oregon Raiders taking on the Bushnell Beacons in Game 3 of 4 here this morning. It's early morning. Current start time is 10:56. We have not gotten first pitch yet. But it's the Southern Oregon Raiders who have taken on the Bushnell Beacons for 2 games, and that was yesterday, beating the Beacons in both games and advancing to 28-2, led by head coach Jessica Pistol. Now, for the Southern Oregon Raiders, it was a different type of game. It wasn't the high-scoring game that you're used to seeing from the Southern Oregon team. It was really the defense of the Bushnell that kept them alive, and it was Sarah Martin who had her start in the circle, 7 innings pitched with 4 strikeouts and only 5 hits with 1 run, and one of those being an earned run. And then on the opposite side, it was Isla Davies, the freshman, who's 17-1, 7 innings pitched and went 8 strikeouts yesterday. And then the game 2, a little bit more competitive as well. Bushnell had an opportunity to win the game in inning 7 and unfortunately stranded 2 runners on the bags. And Southern Oregon ended up winning that matchup 2-1. And this is a clean slate game for the Bushnell Beacons, looking to grab at least one of the 2 games here. One of them, this game specifically, being the last game in the CCC conference. If we look around this CCC conference, yesterday College of Idaho beat Warner Pack in both games, the first game being 4-0, the second game being 11-3. And then coming up for the for the Southern Oregon Raiders, it's going to be Kaylor Fullerton, the left fielder, in that left-handed batter's bag. And Sarah Martin getting the start in the circle, taking that first pitch down the middle for a strike. She feels good. And let's go through this Bushnell Beacon offense. Sarah Martin pitching. Then you have Gracie Hamilton behind the dish at Maddie Fullenwider at first, Shyla Mead at second, Taylor Kenworthy at shortstop, and Ashlyn Martin at third. And then in the outfield, 7, 8, and 9 going left to right, it's Brenna Wilson, Brooklyn Rondo, and Riley Peeler. And then the current order, Kyler Fullerton for the Southern Oregon Raiders up to bat. Faith Moultrie is going to follow, and then Ari Williams will be batting third. And then batting cleanup is Piper Love, Haley Siva batting in the 5 spot, Sam Pemberton batting in number 6. And then 7, 8, 9 is Vanessa Lang, Brooke Nordahl, and Sarah Curley. And this second pitch coming out low and getting her on for strike 3. So Sarah,
now batting number 12, Faith Moultrie,
making quick work of Fulton here. She had a great outing, had 4 strikeouts yesterday, and here she is today, getting strikeout number 1 against the Raiders. And it's Faith Moultrie, also the left-handed batter, with the clean slate, takes that one just off the side of the bag, but gets called for strike 1. So Faith Moultrie putting herself already down on the count just by 1 pitch with 1 out here in the top of the first. This Bushnell Beacon squad has been through a lot of adversity. They're trying to battle back, catch some fire here in games 3 and 4. Taking that second pitch just on the inside. It'll be called for ball 1. So the count 1-1 here as Martin exits the circle. And it's just what I was saying before, the Beacons looking to catch fire, at least catch 1 game against the top team in the nation. They are number 1. The Southern Oregon Raiders swings all the way through on that is Moultrie, and making it strike 2, and Sarah Martin getting the batter right where she wants her. Excellent positioning of the pitch. So Sarah Martin will re-enter the circle and set herself. The 1-2 firing away. This one with a little half swing, but not called all the way around. So the count tied up again, now at 2-2 with 1 out here in the top of the first. It's going to take a lot for Sarah Martin. She's getting both starts, you know, in the first game. That's a lot of pressure, but Sarah Martin has answered the call so far. Moultrie put this one down on the left side lane, but it bounces foul, and Ashlyn Martin just gives it back to Sarah Martin. It's a little bit confusing when you got to go Sarah Martin to Ashlyn Martin. That's okay. But the Beacons, 6-19, 1-13 in conference, unfortunately are at the bottom of the CCC, just behind Corbin. That pitch all the way down and through, and Moultrie will take her time looking at it, and that's back-to-back strikeouts now for Sarah Martin. And just as I was mentioning earlier, Sarah Martin is a pitcher who typically does get the first game start. Emily Cole had the first game start the last time that we were out in Rich Schwab on that Friday. But Sarah Martin working herself into the starting position and being the game 1 starter. So Sarah Martin with the clean slate right against Ari Williams. This one up and tagged out. So that'll make a quick 1-2-3 inning for the Bushnell Beacons. And we'll be right back here on the bottom of the first, live on the Bushnell Streaming Network. And we return back for bottom of the first action live on the Bushnell Streaming Network.
Taylor Kenworthy.
I'm your voice, CJ Flores, for today's game. I'll be your voice through games 3 and 4 today. But bringing us back here in the bottom of the first, it's Taylor Kenworthy leading off for the Bushnell Beacons in that right-handed batter's box, followed by Brooklyn Rondo and Riley Peeler. The top 3, Davies sends this first pitch, and Kenworthy goes all the way through on it. And how impressive has Ayla Davies been for the Raiders? She's a freshman. She's 17-1, an ERA of .78. That second pitch coming towards Kenworthy. She fouls it off as it goes off the backstop. So count is 0-2 here. And digging herself in a hole early is Taylor Kenworthy, but she will hopefully find a way to fight back against Davies. Seeing all of game 1 against Davies, she didn't have a single ball put into play, and she'll continue to find another ball put into play as Taylor Kenworthy gets retired against Ayla Davies. So that makes Ayla Davies' first strikeout.
At batting number 11, Brooklyn Rondo.
And Brooklyn Rondo coming up to bat. Brooklyn Rondo had 1 hit yesterday with 2 strikeouts. Kind of looking to flip the script on its head against Davies, the freshman sensation. Davies winds and deals. This one popped up at the backstop, making for strike 1. So resetting herself, Rondo. This one sent down the middle, gets called for strike 2. So Davies making quick work here. Finding herself ahead. And just chipping away at Brooklyn in the at-bat. Davies swings and fires. This one swung all the way through by Rondo. So that's 2 strikes now. 2 strikeouts now for Davies. Back to back, just as Sarah Martin had done in the inner before. So Peeler in the left-handed batter's box versus Davies for the first time today. The clean slate pitch comes through. And Peeler just fouls that one off on the bottom part of her bat. Peeler also had 3 at-bats in the game against Davies, but did not have a single recorded hit with 1 strikeout. Davies sends this one. And this one's chopped and protected, making the count 0-2. So 2 outs for Davies, trying to make quick work of the Beacons here in the bottom of the first. In game 1, She only allowed 4 hits on 8 strikeouts and faced all 25 batters. Davies with pitch number 3 finds it skipping across for ball 1. So Peeler in that left-handed batter's box sets the left foot back, the right just a little bit open. The 1-2 from Davies delivers. This one popped all the way back past the backstop. And Peeler will re-enter. Davies has done an excellent job of tearing up the CCC so far. And really just looking to keep that one going as Peeler relays this one down, but it's foul on the first baseline. So Riley Peeler with the count of 1-2 against Davies. Delivers. This one high, just at the eyes. And she's tied like some strings, so 2 balls, 2 strikes here. And Peeler doing an excellent job of fighting her way back into this count after being down 0-2. Davies with the 2-2 sends it high. That one right at the head of Peeler. She watched it cruise by. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, and it's a full count. This one coming down. It'll be off the side of the plate and gets called for strike 3 at the last minute. Riley Peeler, who thought she had a walk, will be retired on a ball that she took looking at. So that'll do it for Isla Davies, going 1, 2, and 3, just as Sarah Martin had done the inning before. We'll be back for top 2 action on the live for Bushnell Streaming Network. I'd like to welcome you back to top of the 2 action here on the Bushnell Streaming Network. We're coming up for the Southern Oregon Raiders. It's going to be Piper Love here in top number 2. The right-handed batter facing Sarah Martin. This pitch coming across the plate is going to be called for ball 1 as it's low. So Love yesterday had 3 at-bats and only recorded 1 hit. Sarah Martin, this one set just off the side of the plate and fouled. And Martin doing an excellent job of trying to get the batter tied up early. And this defense, the Bushnell defense that was excellent yesterday, holding the Southern Oregon's to only 2 runs. It's the least runs that they've scored so far. But Sarah Martin sends this one just high at the chest, making it for ball 2. It's a defense that has struggled a little bit with errors on the infield, but kept it very mild yesterday and had a great outing. As the 2-1 flies, this one roped down low to Shiloh Mead. The underhand to full and wider and gets the first out of the inning. So Mead with the excellent pickup. An excellent 4-3 play. And this brings up Haley Siva. Siva yesterday had 3 hits, had 1 run in that. Had 3 at-bats, 1 hit, and also scored a run against Sarah Martin. She's the right fielder. Siva sees this pitch, swings all the way through, and that's strike 1 for Sarah Martin against Haley Siva. Martin with the 0-1, fires. This one batted down over to Ashlyn Martin. Tries to make the throw to Fullenwider. It gets past her. And Peeler coming from right field to throw to Mead at second. So on a wild throw, Siva advances to second on what should have been a routine play from Ashlyn Martin.
Now batting number 14, Sam Pemberton.
But now Siva on second. Pemberton coming up here in the order. So there's one out so far with a runner on second. And if the Beacons want to stay competitive as they did in yesterday's matchup, they need to limit the fielding errors. This one batted down just in between, splitting the middle field, and Rondo's going to pick that one up. And Siva advances to third, and Pemberton advances to first. And then decides to take second. So that's back-to-back hit for the Southern Oregon Raiders, and that's what's so dangerous about their lineup. Is as soon as one player gets going, it seems that every player can find their way to get going. And this is Vanessa Lang coming up in the order. But Hamilton will hop up from behind the dish and go talk to Sarah Martin in between the circle. Every infielder just trying to find a way to think about how they want to work this defensively. You got runners on second and third, knowing that your immediate play can be at either first or second. Because the lead runner no doubtedly would come home had it gotten past any of the other players. So Vanessa Lang, take her time and step into the box. Lang so far this year bats .361. She's from Tracy, California, a junior. This one just lifted up high in the infield. And it drops just on the bottom part, so Brooklyn Rondo was coming in from center and telling Kenworthy to back off. And unfortunately drops that one just on the outer perimeter of the infield. And that's going to bring in Haley Siva. So now the Southern Oregon Raiders have one on a fielding error that just dropped right. That had just dropped right in front of Rondo. Excuse me, Rondu. So Vanessa Lang advanced to first on that, and Brooke Nordell takes her first pitch of the plate, and it goes off foul. And now there's runners at first and second, and Sam Pemberton and Vanessa Lang. Nordell sees the 0-1 come through. This one, a line drive right off the hand of Kenworthy. And Vanessa Lang finds, Brooke Nordell finds her way on first, 16, Lang on second, and Pemberton on third. So now bases loaded scenario for Sarah Martin, and definitely not the top of the second inning that she imagined she'd be having here. Especially after Bushnell's defense had such a great outing yesterday and looked to continue that today. So coming up to bat is Sarah Curling in that left-handed batter's box. Takes the first pitch just off the side of the plate, called for ball one. And Curling will put herself back into the left-handed box. Sees the 1-0. This one batted off shortly over to Martin, making the play at first to Fullenwider. So that'll retire the second batter, but Pemberton will come in and score, making the score 2-0 here in the top of the second with 2 outs. Runners on second.
How about number 15, Kayla Fulton?
Vanessa Lang on third and Brooke Nordell on second. We'll go back to the top of the order in Fulton. Clean slate. Fulton swinging all the way through as she ran up into the box. So that makes for strike one against Fulton, who has already struck out once so far against Sarah Martin, hoping to get some revenge here. So the 0-1 fires. This bunt shown, but just goes off foul. So both of those ground balls that had advanced the runners come in to Taylor Kenworthy and Ashlyn Martin, both on the left side of the diamond. Martin up 0-2 here. This one batted down to Ashlyn Martin. She throws the first to full and wider and will get the retire. So quick work in Kayla Fullerton. And that'll do it here in the top of the second, where the Southern Raiders make 2 scores, and it's 2-0 heading into the bottom of the second, live on the Bushnell Streaming Network. And a return here in the bottom of the second, whereas Violet Richardson coming up to bat. She will be the leadoff hitter for the Bushnell Beacons, and then it'll be Ashlyn Martin, followed by Sarah Martin, going 1, 2, and 3. So Ayla Davies will reclaim herself in the center of the circle after having a pretty good inning, going 1, 2, and 3, catching Riley Peeler striking out looking, I should add, on a ball that looked to just be off the side of the plate. Davies taking this one just on the inside corner, and Richardson will be called for strike 1. And Love has found a way to frame Davies' pitches so well that they get called just on the corners. Violet Richardson seeing this pitch, but it's fouled off just on the right side. And Richardson fighting herself in an uncomfortable position of 0-2, kind of digging herself a hole here. So in the bottom of the second, the Raiders up 2-0 here against the Bushnell Beacons at home. Davies, the 0-2, fires. This one straight down the middle as Richardson goes all the way around and gets her 4th strikeout of the day in just 2 innings of work.
Batting number 9, Ashlyn Martin.
And Ashlyn Martin, the freshman, will enter herself into that right-handed batter's box. She's still trying to find her footing as a freshman through these first parts of the year. She did go 0 for 3 yesterday as she sees strike 1 come down the middle of the pipe. And the problem with Davies is the control. It's the speed, where she places it. As a freshman, Davies has been very precise in the middle of the mound. As she swings and fires, this one going all the way around for Martin as well. And now it's 2 strikes as Martin digs herself clean. So now the count 0-2 for Davies. Trying to figure out how she wants to finish Martin. The 0-2 firing away all the way through again for Ashlyn Martin. For Ashlyn Martin. And that's back-to-back strikeouts for Davies. She's got 5.
Sarah Martin.
And the pitcher, Sarah Martin. She can hit, she can pitch, she can do it all, really. She only had 1 strikeout yesterday, but did have 2 hits in the first game when she faced Ayla Davies. Martin swings on the first pitch, but it is a short pop-up to Davies, and it'll fall right into her glove. And that'll do it. So quick 1-2-3 work again for Davies, as the bottom of the second inning was just as quick as the bottom of the first. And we'll be right back for top of the 3 action on the Bushnell Streaming Network. I'd like to welcome you back to Rich Schwab Field for top of the 3 action, where it's going to be Faith Moultrie taking the lead off, followed by Ari Williams and then Piper Love right after that. As we return to the second batter in the order for the Southern Oregon Raiders. Who so far are making quick work here of the Bushnell Beacons at home, scoring 2 runs in their second attempt in the bats. As Martin takes the middle of the circle, Moultrie shows bunt but backs off of it. As this one bounces into the backstop. I think what's so impressive about Sarah Martin in the circle is that she's consistently smiling and knows how to keep herself in the zone to try to be aggressive as she can when she pitches. The 0-1 pitch fires. This one just off the side of the plate. Hamilton trying to frame it as well as she can, but will not get the call. So it's 1-1 against Faith Moultrie. Takes a deep breath and resets herself in that left-sided batter's box. Martin sends the 1-1 home. This one batted off left side, and it's foul. And Martin and the Beacons looking for quick work through top 3 and trying to make this a 1-2-3 inning for Sarah Martin. Sarah Martin confirms the pitch and sends the 1-2. This one lifted up high, but it is going to be Wilson making the catch in left field. Having to crash down just a little bit, but making a routine fly ball. And that's going to allow Ari Williams to come up to the plate. Ari Williams did have a quick at-bat, make that another quick at-bat as she swings on the first pitch. And in the same style of play that retired her the first time, it'll be the same style of play that retires her a second time. A little dribbler to Sarah Martin. Now she'll take that all day. So Piper Love enters the right-handed batter's box. And now 2 up, 2 down for Sarah Martin as she faces a clean slate. Firing away is Martin down the heart of the strike zone and will get the strike call against Piper Love. Martin with the 0-1. Here it comes. This one batted down to Kenworthy. Can she make the throw? Yes, she can. Taylor Kenworthy with a routine play at short and gets it to fall. So that'll be a quick 1-2-3 inning for the Bushnell Beacons as we return here for the bottom of the 3rd action on the Bushnell Streaming Network. Don't go anywhere. And leading off for the Bushnell Beacons here in the bottom of the 3rd, it's going to be Gracie Hamilton facing Ayla Davies. Hamilton had 2 at-bats in her first appearance against Davies as she takes this strike just on the inside zone for call 1. And Davies working quick. And a lot of it has to be from Love and the frame job that she's done behind the dish. This one tied up high and tight and making quick work of Hamilton. That's 2 strikes. Davies is like a killer. So calm in the middle of the circle, does not make many expressions. And is all business as she fires the 0-2. This one batted just at the backstop by Gracie Hamilton to protect the plate. So Hamilton re-enters that right side batter's box in the count of 0-2 against Ayla Davies. Davies shakes, winds and deals the 0-2. This one skips just down in the dirt. And finally, Gracie Hamilton can catch a little bit of breathing room with ball one. So Hamilton sets herself against Davies with the 1-2 count. Firing home just high, right at the helmet. Count 2-2 now against the Bushnell Beacons and Hamilton. So Davies, who has 5 strikeouts, is looking for 6. The count 2-2. Where will she go? Hamilton bats this one just fouled off of the right side. Trying to straighten that one out, hoping to get in right field. Maybe shooting in between the gap between left center. Maybe right center too. Any offensive energy to try to get the Bushnell Beacons working quick and having to cut themselves out of a 2-0 deficit. Davies with the pitch. This one swung down. It's in the field, but it looks to go off of the knee of Hamilton. Just going to take a short limp back to the dish. But she seems to be okay, which is a good sign. So 2 balls, 2 strikes for Gracie Hamilton. She takes a short little reset after that foul ball came and hit her in the knee. And just as I was mentioning before, the Beacons are looking to break the cycle of losing. Looking to hand Southern Oregon another loss. Their second of the year. And that pitch coming down low and a full count. Excuse me, it would be their 3rd loss of the year if the Bushnell Beacons can fight their way back in either games 3 and 4. So full count. Davies, where will she go? She delivers. This one lifted up behind us. And the count remains the same as Hamilton protects. And Gracie Hamilton has done an excellent job so far of seeing the pitches come across the plate, protecting when she feels that she needs to, and making this a long at bat for Davies and up in the pitch count, the 3-2. This one chopped just foul. We'll see if they come down with it, and that ball will drop, keeping Gracie Hamilton alive again. So a little bit of luck might be a little bit of skill, but Gracie Hamilton stays alive nonetheless. This has been a really long at bat for Gracie Hamilton, but it has allowed her to see, and her teammates, to see what Davies can pitch in a long at bat. So the 3-2 on its way. This one laid down to the third baseman, Nordahl, and she'll make the throw to Siva. So that'll do it for Gracie Hamilton, but quick work from the infield in Nordahl and Siva.
Number 34, Maddie Fullenwider.
And now Maddie Fullenwider will come up to the plate in the right-handed side batter's box. Fullenwider takes that ball for strike 1. And we're towards the bottom of the order here in the bottom of the 3rd. As Fullenwider takes that ball for strike 2. So Fullenwider, who is only hitting .5 against Davies. The 0-2 swings all the way through and make it 0-3. And that's out number 2 for Ayla Davies.
Number 2, Brenna Wilson.
Here in the bottom of the 3rd, where the Southern Oregon Raiders still lead this matchup 2-0. Now it's 2 outs and a clean slate with Brenna Wilson up to bat. Davies throws this one just in the strike zone and gets it called for strike one against Fullenwider. Excuse me, Brenna Wilson. So far on the year, she bats 136 with an OPS of 418. Has had 8 hits so far. This pitch lifted up, and it's going to be fouled just off the top of the bat. So Brenna Wilson, no stranger to fighting her way in at bats and finding a way to come out of it. Looks to do the same here. Brenna Wilson with an 0-2 count against Davies with 2 outs, looking to keep the Beacons alive. Can she? This one pitched just in the middle, and Davies will catch Wilson looking. So quick 1-2-3 inning for Davies again, and that'll move us here into the top of the 4 action when we return live on the Bushnell Streaming Network. And we advance, top of the 4 action here for the Bushnell Beacons, Sarah Martin. She reclaims her place in the middle of the circle. And after a tough after a tough top of the 2nd action, she did make a quick bounce back going 1-2-3 in the top of the 3rd. And hoping to do the same here in the top of the 4th against Haley Siva, who has already scored once today, as she sees the pitch drop low on the bottom part of the zone as it's called for ball 1. So Siva, the right-handed batter, facing the right-handed pitcher in Sarah Martin. The 1-0 firing. This one grounded down to Martin, and Fullenwider having to make an excellent snag at first, but she does do it.
Batting number 14, Sam Pemberton.
So an excellent ground ball put into play by Siva. And a hard throw by Asheville Martin. Fullenwider makes the extension. Just a tough little snag there, but it allows for Sam Pemberton to come up here. So clean slate against Sarah Martin now. First pitch coming down the heart of the strike zone. Strike 1. So Pemberton, count 0-1 here against Martin, who has already found her way on base. She hit a single earlier, fouls this one off the 3rd baseline. But this is the position, if you're Sarah Martin, that you want to be in. You got your second, hopefully soon to be second out with 2 strikes. And either putting a play or just getting a strikeout is anything that Sarah Martin kind of wants and needs. With 2 strikeouts so far. Sarah Martin delivers this one. This one, line drive just into right field, but it is going to drop right in front of Riley Peeler. And that's another single for Sam Pemberton.
Number 22, Vanessa Lang.
And Vanessa Lang, the Tracy, California native, come up to bat. And hopefully advance Pemberton. Vanessa Lang, the junior, bats .361 with an OPS of 868. This pitch coming from Sarah Martin just catches the corner of the zone and called for strike 1. Lang needing to do a protection job here as she's got a runner on first. Sarah Martin with the 0-1. Lang lifts this one up to what looks to be center field, and Rondo's going to make the catch. Had to crash down early, but that retires Lang. So now 2 outs for Sarah Martin, being split by Pemberton right down the middle. as Pemberton remains on first and Nordahl comes up in the right-handed batter's box. The clean slate fires. This one fouled off on the right side. And Richardson keeping herself and the Beacons, hoping to strand some of the runners on the bags. Count of one. Here it is. This one grounded down to Kenworthy and just lightly tosses it to meet at second. So not quick 1-2-3 work, but a little bit of a split in between as Nordahl gets retired for the final out. We'll be right back here on the bottom of the 4 as we return. And we return. Bottom of the 4th action on the Bushnell Streaming Network. And coming up to bat, we're back at the top of the order for Taylor Kenworthy, who just made a play at shortstop to second. Kenworthy in her first at bat against Davies, struck out in quick 1-2-3 fashion. As Davies finds her way ahead of Kenworthy again here early. Count of 0-1. As Kenworthy re-enters herself on the right side of batter's box. Davies winds and deals the 0-1, shows bunt. This one batted up high. Almost hit me. And my computer as well. As the Southern Oregon fans let me know just off of the right side. They've been great so far, but a ball that I thought about catching right in front of me, I did just let drop. And Kenworthy keeps herself alive for 0-2. So Davies sends this one as Kenworthy fouls it into the backstop. Unusual sort of spin on the ball from Davies. But Kenworthy finding her way to stay alive with the 0-2 count. Davies confirms the pitch and re-enters the circle. The wind comes down. This one just lifted up high in the center infield, but Lang makes the snag. So a pop out to Lang at second. Something I thought it was going to have a little bit more air, but as it came off the inside part of the bat, it just dropped. And that'll bring up Brooklyn Rondo. So Rondo sees his first pitch and swings. Finding herself down early of 0-1. So 1 out for Davies here in the bottom of the 4th as the Southern Oregon Raiders still lead 2-0. That second pitch coming across the plate, going all the way through. Makes for strike 2. So 0-2 and back-to-back batters in the quick 0-2 count for Ayla Davies. But Brooklyn trying to protect herself. This one fouled just off the top of the bat. Trying to straighten it out. Rondo returns inside that right-handed batter's box with a count of 0-2 against Davies. She's been surgical so far, has 7 strikeouts through 3 innings of work. The pitch, this one bouncing back again. And Kenworthy, who's batting .320 on the year with an OPS to .750. She's trying to get on base against Davies. Cancel out a no-hitter. That pitch coming high. Will be called for a ball one as Davies shoots a small spile out of the right side. It's a count of 1 and 2 here. It's kind of, what count will she choose to go with? Fires as it skips down into the dirt. And now it's 2-2 for Brooklyn Rondo with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. The 2-2 pitch. This one swung all the way through by Rondo again. And another strikeout for Isla Davies. Increase that number to 8.
19, Riley Peeler.
And she ties herself for the amount of strikeouts that she had in yesterday's game through 7 innings of work. Well, guess what? She has 8 strikeouts through 3.1 innings of work so far. Continuing with the dominance. Davies sends this one just off the left side of the plate. Here in the bottom of the 4th against Riley Peeler. This one batted off foul on the right side, and Peeler finds herself of 1-1. On the left side, Peeler, knowing that there's 2 outs, she can find herself on base. It would be a good opportunity for Violet Richardson to try to bat someone in. This pitch coming across on the inside tied. It's 2 balls, 1 strike now with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. The Southern Oregon Raiders still lead this matchup 2-0. Peeler, 2-1 on its way. Cut all the way through, and it's 2-2. Trying to fish for that one, and unfortunately would not catch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Davies delivers just off the side of the plate, does not get called for strike 3. And now we're in a full count scenario for Riley Peeler. So this one swung on. It's going to be lifted high into the infield just on the corner edge. And that'll be a quick fly out for Pemberton. And retires Riley Peeler. We'll return for top 5 action on the Bushnell Streaming Network, where the Southern Oregon Raiders still lead this matchup 2-0. And after a short little break in between innings, we'll return on the Bushnell Streaming Network for inning number 5, top of the inning number 5, to be more exact, where it's going to be Sarah Curling at the bottom of the order, and then we'll return back to the top of the order, where it will be Kaylor Fulton, Faith Moultrie to follow. So Sarah Martin with the clean slate facing Curling, who already had an out, just laid it down right into the glove of Sarah Martin, and she got retired at first. So the count of 1-0 here. The 1-0 winds and deals. This one coming across the plate, laid down to Kenworthy again, full and wider with the extension and gets the out. What an excellent throw by Kenworthy.
15, Kaylor Fulton.
And that brings up Kaylor Fulton now. Here in the top of the 5. She's gotten out both times, one putting the ball in play, the second one striking out. So Fulton shows bunt, pulls back, and that's strike 1 for Fulton. Had to wait her turn. Keeler Fulton's one of the batters who has the best batting average on this Southern Oregon team. Sarah Martin gets her going all the way around. So the count 0-2 now. Dugging herself in a hole. She lightly grounds this one as Martin tries to get it in play off the glove, and she will advance on a small fielding error.
Batting number 12, Faith Moultrie.
And Faith Moultrie will enter herself in that right side of batter's box after Fulton getting on base in a, I would say, in an unorthodox way. It's an unorthodox fielding error by Sarah Martin, not something we see too often, but Fulton is on first with one out. This pitch coming to Moultrie, and the throw down low by by Gracie Hamilton will not be enough as it gets through. But Fulton stays on second. It wasn't the quickest pop out of the stance from Gracie Hamilton, but still a good throw on a low ball. Sarah Martin delivering. This one just off the side and gets called again. So the end correcting himself. An 0-2 situation here for Faith Moultrie as Fulton's on second. Martin looking for the retire. Gets it up high, and that's going to make for ball one. And Moultrie trying to find another runner to get in and advance. Moultrie lays this one down in between. Martin coming around third. Will she get there in time? Fulton does, and that makes the Southern Oregon's lead extend to 3. As Faith Moultrie on a very, very low, quick grounder on the third base side gets through. And runs in Fulton. So the Southern Oregon Raiders lead this matchup 3-0 here in the top 5. And Ari Williams up to bat. Sees that first pitch just off the side of the plate, making for ball 1. And another inning where Sarah Martin is getting stranded with runners on the bag. Just extending an inning that should have been quick. Martin with the 1-0. This one batted down. Hamilton throwing down to first, gets the out. Excellent job by Hamilton. Even though the runner advanced
Number 3, Piper Love.
on a ball that did not advance more than 3 feet in the infield. Who else but number 3, Gracie Hamilton, to make the play at first? So Moultrie on third against Piper Love, who on her first pitch puts it into deep right field. That's going to bring in Moultrie. She's trying for an extra base. She'll go 3. And she'll stick herself on 3, and Piper Love on a first pitch put it deep into right field. And now the score is 4-0 after Piper Love on a first pitch RBI triple. And another situation where Sarah Martin, who started off the inning so well, is put into an extended inning that tied her hands and has extended the lead of the Southern Oregon Raiders. The Raiders' bats have really, really come alive here, scoring 2 runs in each of their scoring innings so far. And with 2 outs, Sarah Martin is just looking for a breather against Haley Siva. Haley Siva has already found herself on base today. Excuse me, that will not be Haley Siva. That's Maisie Menfee, who came in to pinch hit. With a count of 0-1. This one batted to Mead with the underhand of Fullenwider. And a quick retirement there. And that'll do it, where The Oregon Raiders scored 2 runs here on the top of the 5. Will return for bottom of the 5, where hopefully the Bushnell Beacons can try to chip at this 4-0 lead. We'll return live on the Bushnell Streaming Network. And I'd like to welcome you back to bottom of the 5 action here on the Bushnell Streaming Network, where the sun surely is shining down on Rich Schwab Field, and so are the Southern Oregon Raiders, currently leading this match 4-0 in really electric innings in the top of the 2nd and top of the 5th. So here we are in the bottom of the 5th, where it's Violet Richardson trying to lead off for the Bushnell Beacons, hopefully get a hit, break a no-hitter, and find themselves on base. And who else but Violet Richardson to help the Beacons do that? She's number 1 in the CCC for home runs, with 5 so far on the year. As Ayla Davies sets herself and winds the 0-1. This one down the heart of the strike zone, and Richardson again being caught in an uncomfortable 0-2 position. Davies does not play. Quick work on the circle so far for her, as she delivers the 0-2 all the way through. Make that 0-3 for Violet Richardson, and another strikeout. Number 9.
Now batting number 9, Ashlyn Martin.
For Ayla Davies. Ayla Davies has 12 strikeouts. It's her highest that she's pitched in a game. That was on 3-3 against Montana State. She's only 3 away from tying that today, here through 4.5 innings of work. With Ashlyn Martin trying to battle herself at the plate. Martin seeing the 0-1. This one batted foul on the right side again. So, no balls, 2 strikes, in an uncomfortable situation where it's pitcher's choice. This is everything that Ayla Davies could have ever asked for. The 0-2 count. Firing home. This one in off speed, just through the bat of Ashlyn Martin.
Now batting number 26, Sarah
That's
Murphy.
strikeout number 10 for Ayla Davies. Only 2 strikeouts away from tying her season high. As Sarah Martin trying to break the no-hitter. Trying to keep Davies under 12 strikeouts. Clean slate pitch all the way through. And swung and fouled. Playing protection game at the plate. With 2 outs so far. So Davies re-enters herself in the circle. Reclaims that throw. Swings and deals. And just off the side of the plate, it's ball 1. No call for Sarah Martin. Great eye. The 0-1 count, firing. This one tipped off foul just behind us. And Sarah Martin, the 9th best ERA in the CCC so far. With an ERA of 2.41, her hitting average is 2.31. This one tied up high. It's going to go foul on the right side. And the 1-2 count remains the same. And Sarah Martin battling her way to find the pitch that she likes. That's kind of all you could really ask from her. Extend the pitch count and battle your way. As this one's fouled off the bottom of her bat, staying alive again with the 1-2 count. She's trying to extend the hands and let it go. 61 total pitches so far for Ayla Davies. Sarah Martin facing the 1-2. Fires it home. This one on the inside and called fouled again. Martin keeping the team on her back. This one low in the frame by Love was almost great. Could have been almost perfect to make it strike 3, but will be called for ball 2. And now tied up like laces Sarah Martin here in the count. 2-2 with 2 strikeouts. The delivery. This one slammed up high into center field, and Curling's going to make the routine fly. So an unfortunate situation where back-to-back strikeouts turns into a fly out for Sarah Martin. And Davies with another quick inning of work. We'll return here for the top of the 6th action where the Bushnell Beacons look to stay alive. And I'd like to welcome you back here on the Bushnell Streaming Network, where it's top of the 6th. And Sammy Pemberton for the Southern Oregon Raiders is coming up to bat. Pemberton so far already has 2 singles on the day. Now in her 3rd at bat against Sarah Martin. That first pitch called for ball 1 as she runners on that right side. Martin with the 1-0 swings. Throws it down into the heart of the strike zone for strike 1 against Sammy Pemberton. As Martin deals the 1-1. This one fouled off. And finding herself in a 1-2 positioning. Sammy Pemberton, the 240 hitter from Granite Bay, California. It's her 4th year starting here for the Raiders, and protects on another pitch at the diamond. So the count still remaining the same with a 1-2 count. Where the Southern Oregon Raiders still lead 4-0 against the Bushnell Beacons here in Rich Schwab. Martin in the 1-2. This one skipping across the dirt just into the glove of Hamilton. So now 2 balls, 2 strikes for Pemberton. A tied up count. And Martin looking for a quick inning after a longer 5th. Trying to get the call on the check swing, will not, and the count is full. I think Martin's got something up her sleeve. She showed a little smile with the full count. Pemberton in that right side. Martin with the deal. This one batted down through the hands of Kenworthy. Taylor Kenworthy Could have made the play at short, but it just went through the glove.
Number 22.
And
Vanessa
because of
Lang.
that, Pemberton now has a double. As Vanessa Lang enters the batter's box. So she reaches. And now Lang with an opportunity, no outs, and Pemberton on second. This first pitch batted directly and splits up the middle for Sarah Martin. The throw coming all the way down, but it will not be enough. As Sam Pemberton comes in, and the Southern Oregon Raiders now lead this matchup by 5.
Batting number 21, Brooke Nordahl.
And Brooke Nordahl coming up here. First pitch coming across the plate is a strike down the hearts. Just beautiful placement by Sarah Martin trying to get a quick strike with Lang on first. Martin sends. And this one lifted up high into center field, but Rondo is going to come down with the routine fly. Had to make Brooklyn work a little deeper into the outfield, but comes down with the catch, and Vanessa Lang keeps herself on first. But Brooke Nordahl makes for the first out of the inning. So now it's Sarah Curling. Seeing that first pitch high. Wild pitch is going to get through, and Lang will advance. Curling taking that first pitch. Wasn't too worried about it. Just need to get out of the way. So 1 ball, no strikes with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th for the Beacons. Martin winds and deals the 1-0. This one high again. And now the count 2-0. So a little bit of an uncharacteristic control from Sarah Martin through this 6th inning. Recenters, fires this one. Line drive into the glove of Kenworthy. Tried to get tried to get Lang on second. But Curling lines out.
Pinch hitting number 55, Violet Loftus.
So Violet Loftus will pinch hit for Kaylor Fullerton. Fulton, excuse me. Loftus in that left-handed batter's box with the 0-2 count just on the corner zone as Sarah Martin gets strike 1. So no balls, 1 strike and 2 outs with Lang on second. Trying to limit the damage here. Shakes off the first pitch. Martin accepts the second and delivers off the left side. Count 1-1 with 2 outs. And just as I said before, Sarah Martin's trying to stop the bleeding that was done earlier in this match, coming off the air, but Kenworthy with a worthy recovery on that line drive directly into her glove at short, making for the second out of the inning. That was quick work, exactly what Sarah Martin needed here in the top of the 6th. Loftus to see the 1-2. This one laid down low to Shyla Mead, but the quick pickup and retire to Fullenwider. And that'll do it. Where the Southern Oregon Raiders score 1, making the score 5-0 here in the top of the 6th. We'll be right back live on the Bushnell Streaming Network for bottom of the 6th. Do not go anywhere. return live back for bottom of the sixth action, where it's Gracie Hamilton leading off against Davies, who's 10 strikeouts so far through her 6 innings of work. Quick first pitch action is that foul ball flies into the dugout of the Beacons. Trying to see if it hit anyone. There's a big ooh by the crowds, but doesn't seem to be any damage on the inner part of the dugout by anyone. That's a good sign, and Gracie Hamilton will continue her at bat with the 0-1. Davies delivers. This one swung all the way through by Hamilton. Quick strikeout. Sorry, not quick strikeout, but quick 2 strikes. Hamilton, the second all-team NWAC player at Blue Mountain CC. She was named Blue Mountain Female Athlete of the Year before she transferred to Bushnell, and will go all the way around. And Ayla Davies has number 11 on the day.
Now batting number 34, Maddie Fullenwider.
And Fullenwider, the first baseman, he's done an excellent job so far on some of the reaches from Kenworthy and Martin. But now looking to get it done on the offensive side against Davies with 1 out. That one coming high and tight at the hands. Not too sure if they were trying to decide whether it hit the inner part of the bat. It did not. So ball 1 against Maddie Fullenwider with 1 out. No one on base so far, and another pitch on the inside against Fullenwider called for ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes for Ayla Davies against Fullenwider. Here it comes. This one fouled back right at the backstop. So 2 balls, 1 strike for Fullenwider. Trying to keep herself alive and still looking for another hit. Fullenwider goes the long way around. And that's 2 strikeouts, or excuse me, 2 strikes for Maddie Fullenwider with 2 balls. Trying to get herself into a full count scenario or just battle at the plate. She's 1 hit so far this year. Looking for number 2 as she goes the long way around again. And Davies, through 5.2 innings of work, has 12 strikeouts, and the no-hitter stays alive, as Brenna Wilson, looking to change that, does not want to be strikeout number 13, and definitely wants to break the no-hitter going on by Ayla Davies. That first pitch from from Davies to Brenna Wilson is called for strike 1 down the heart. So no balls with 1 strike and 2 outs here. Davies confirms the pitch that she wants to throw. The 0-1. Here it is. This one batted off and is fouled. So Brenna Wilson re-enters that red-sided batter's box with a count of 0-2. Here it comes. Again, great protection by Wilson there, seeing it just come across the middle of the plate. And this is exactly what you want if you're Bushnell. Yeah, you're down 5 here in the bottom of the 6th. But it's all about 1. Just 1 moment can change it all. Brenna Wilson's looking for that 1, sees this pitch come up high just at the helmet. And that's exactly what she needs. With a 2-strike count, she needed ball 1. There it is. Trying to see if she can get any others. Davies with the 1-2. This one's skipping across the plate. And again, exactly what Brenna Wilson needs. Just need a little bit of a breather. Need a little bit of a break. That's 2 balls back-to-back now. And the count, 2-2 tied. Fires it. This one, line drive, splits up the middle. And Brenna Wilson breaks up the no-hitter and finds herself on base against Ayla Davies. 12 strikeouts for Ayla Davies through 6.1 innings of work.
24, Taylor Kenworthy.
And we're back to the top, where it's Taylor Kenworthy. Taylor Kenworthy sees that first pitch, swings all the way through, and it's high. Called for strike one. Kenworthy hasn't had the best of times against the Southern Oregon squad so far, especially against Davies. Just 0 for 2. Sees the second pitch, swings all the way through, and that's quick work for Davies in the 0-2 scenario. So with Wilson on first, Kenworthy swings all the way through, and even though it was fouled, it'll still be called for another strikeout because Love made the snag. And with that, the no-hitter is broken, but Ayla Davies has 13, her new season-high strikeouts on the year. We'll be right back for top of the 7 action on the Bushnell Streaming Network when we return. And it's top 7. It's almost finally time for game 1 to be over and down in the books for the Bushnell Beacons, and Sarah Martin trying to pitch a complete game. Still in the center of the circle. This is a great decision by the Bushnell team. Sarah Martin is effective in the middle circle, and you should keep letting her work through these innings, even though the score is 5-0. Really not any fault of her own, as this one gets off the glove of Ashlyn Martin. And that brings Kennedy Keela
Katie Fudge.
up to the bag. And Katie Fodge, the pitcher yesterday, coming in to pinch hit today. So with a runner on first and Keela, there are some substitutions being made by Pistol, but it's just the pinch hitting as we have a small little delay here in the top of the 7th. Score currently being 5-0 in favor of the Southern Oregon Raiders. Gracie Hamilton thought about throwing down to try to get Keela at first, or stealing second, but opted against it as she was slow to get out of the squat. But Fodge, with the 0-1 count, here it comes, down just at the letters. So that'll be called for ball 1 against Sarah Martin in the Beacons. With Keela on second, Fodge looks to stay alive. The 1-1 on its way. This one lined directly into the glove of Peeler. And Fodge remains on second. She didn't need to tag up, so she won't. And with 1 out,
Piper Love.
huge break for the Bushnell Beacons. So that's out number 1, and Gracie Hamilton is taking a little bit of time to talk over the defensive strategy with the whole team in the middle circle. Peeler making her way over to Rondo, and Wilson doing the same, meeting in center. And this is an important inning for the Bushnell Beacons, just because it's, if you can go quick 1-2-3, and it's not really 1-2-3 because there is a runner on first, but getting a quick inning makes it quick on the offensive side to try to catch some little 7th inning magic and make this one close. Sarah Martin delivers on that clean slate pitch for Piper Love. Piper Love with ball one. Keela still on second. Martin with the 1-0. Again, high at the numbers. Excuse me, high at the letters, but it's called for ball two. So just on the top of the zone. With one out here in the top of the seventh. Runner on second in Keela. The 2-0 count. Fires. This one skipping across the bottom of the plate in Hamilton. Having to hop up just a little bit. An excellent position for Piper Love, being in a 3-0 scenario. Hitter's choice. Doesn't have to work too hard if she doesn't want to. Sees the pitch. This one down in the middle of the zone, and finally Sarah Martin will get strike one. And Piper Love here in the top of the seventh. Count of 3-1. Sarah Martin trying to make that 3-2. Here it comes. This one laid down low. Shyla Mead making the extension, but cannot get it in time. Keela rounds third and comes home, making that 6-0 now for the Southern Oregon Raiders. And Piper Love finds herself on first.
20, Maisie Menifee.
So now one out. And back-to-back scores for the Oregon Raiders. Top 6 and top 7 now. Up to bat is Siva. Siva throws it down low for Ashlyn Martin, who's trying to make the play to Shyla Mead at second, but it gets through. This one is going to go all the way around. And she will get the throw at third, and she's called out. So trying to be greedy with it. So 2 outs, but a runner did score. And that makes this game 7-0 here in the top of the second. Excuse me, in the top of the seventh.
Gabby Hyken.
And Gabby Hyken is now going to pinch hit in place of Pemberton. So clean slate, no runners on the bags as that first pitch comes in for strike one. And really an unfortunate situation for Sarah Martin, not something that, she did anything wrong to deserve those runs. An easy play that should have been a double play really got turned into a score and extra bases. But now is up in the count of 0-2. Unfortunately, the throw from Martin Mead at second had gone into the outfield. This pitch protected on by Hyken. The 0-2, 2 outs. Although this game might be out of striking distance for the Bushnell Beacons, the win really came in breaking up the perfect game and the no-hitter that Ayla Davies was throwing. This one batted off the bottom of Hyken's bat. It's fouled. The count's still remaining the same at 0-2. The Sarah Martin recenters herself, just trying to close out a long 7th inning that shouldn't have been so long. This one dribbled directly back to Sarah Martin, makes the play to full and wider at first. And that'll go for the 3rd out for Hyken. And the score, 7-0, where 2 runs got scored off of fielding errors here in the top of the 7th. We'll be right back for bottom of the 7th action on the Bushnell Streaming Network when we return.
Leading off number 11, Brooklyn Rondo.
It's bottom of the 7th action. One last opportunity for the Bushnell Beacons to try to crack the no scores. First ball by Brooklyn Rondo is going to be called a strike because she tried to bunt it down to get on base. Against Ayla Davies, 13 strikeouts so far through 6 innings of work. Broke up the no-hitter earlier. That came from Brenna Wilson. It's her second no-hitter broken this year. Second pitch high for Davies at the letters, and Rondo takes. Rondo takes on that. The 1-1 as Rondo sees it come down at the knees. Not called for a strike, and it's ball 2. And it's really been Love who's been behind, Piper Love who's been behind the dish, doing an excellent job at framing some of these pitches on strike 3s, getting really up in the strikeout count. And this ball fouled, but into the glove of a Southern Oregon Raider, and Brooklyn Rondo will be retired. And that was off of the glove of Pemberton, who crashed from the center infield
Number 19,
in the shortstop
Riley
spot.
Peeler.
And Riley Peeler, right-handed batter, in her 2 attempts so far in the at-bats. She's 0 for 2, but sees the first pitch and tattoos this one into center field off the glove of Curling, and she'll have a double. And sometimes the announcer curse just needs to kick in a little bit more, as that one did for Riley Peeler. I was just talking about how she was 0 for 2.
Number 15, Violet
And then
Richardson.
lifts the ball deep into center field off the hands of Curling. And it's everybody's favorite power hitter here, Violet Richardson. Although she is 0 for 3 today, Violet Richardson will not quit. This one, batted off, is going to be fouled just on the left field line. Almost looked like it could have been fair had it taken just an inch to the right. And this is the situation that we're sitting in. Riley Peeler on second. Violet Richardson, the home run hitter, leads the CCC with 5 so far against Ayla Davies, who she's 0 for 3 against. But Richardson knows what's at stake, the 0-1 count. This one down at the knees will not be called for strike 2, and Davies is tied at 1-1. So 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike, with a runner on second here in the bottom of the 7th, where the Raiders lead 7-0. Richardson pops this one up behind us, fouled, and the count will be 1-2. So Richardson with a 1-2 count. A scoring run at second. That would make this game 1-7 if that was the case. Violet Richardson bats this one again at the backstop. And the count's going to be 2-2. Excuse me, 2-1. So Violet Richardson on a count of 1-2 against Davey. Sees the pitch coming. Lifts this one up high into foul territory. Will it be enough to get into the glove of Fulton? And it will. And that retires Violet Richardson in a very similar fashion that she got retired to end the bottom of the 7th yesterday in Game 2.
Number 9, Ashlyn Martin.
And it's Ashlyn Martin coming up to bat here. The shortstop, plays third today. Usually plays shortstop. The Sheldon alumni, 2-time state champion. Here in the bottom of the 7th, on a clean slate. Sees that first pitch come across the zone. It's going to be called for ball 1. Pistola is going to make her walk to the umpire. Most likely going to get a defensive change here. Not sure if it's going to be from Davies or anyone in the infield. But I'm sure the umpire is going to let us know. So re-entering is going to be Ari Williams. And that's going to allow Ashley Martin to re-enter into the right side of batter's box. The count of 1-0 here and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Ashley Martin on the first pitch swing, trying to drop it into the zone, and it will be caught by Fulton in left field. So back-to-back fly outs for the Beacons is how this game is going to end. In game number 3, where the Beacons had fought with much effort, just could not get it done against the valiant, the electric bats of the Southern Oregon Raiders here in game number 3. The Raiders scoring in innings number 2, number 5, number 6, and number 7 all at the top, and made it for 7-0. Although Bushnell gave it a good run, at the end of it, the Southern Oregon Raiders bats were just too much. But that's not to say that the pitcher in Sarah Martin didn't have a great day. She tried her best, actually had a lot of good outings in a scenario where she would get caught into long innings with 2 outs and runners on the bags. Not really was her fault. But the Beacons look to bounce back again. Game number 4 is the last game of the series, and it's currently 12:29. We started this game at about 10:57. It's almost 2 hours or so. And we'll be right back for game number 4 as that retires game number 1 for us. Excuse me, game number 1 of the day, but game 3 in the series. And we'll move to a non-conference game. And unfortunately, the Beacons do drop 3 games into the CCC conference through this Southern Oregon matchup. And Southern Oregon has won all 3 games. So in order to avoid a sweep, the Beacons would have to avoid losing game number 4, something that they hope to do. And we'll be right back shortly, about 40 minutes or so for game number 4, live on the Bushnell Streaming Network when we return. It's a new game. Game 4. Game number 2 of the 2-game series today on Saturday. And it's going to be Emily Cole getting the start for the Bushnell Beacons. And it's going to be Kaylor Fulton getting the lead off here. So that first pitch from Emily Cole just off the side of the plate called for ball 1. Emily Cole, who had the start yesterday in game 2. Had a good outing. So this pitch sent down. Cole trying to make the play at first. It will not be in time. And Fulton making quick work. And that's going to bring up Faith Moultrie. Moultrie facing Emily Cole for the first time today. Shows bunt. This throw by Montana Love at second will not be in time to catch Fulton. And Fulton will be safe after successfully stealing. So for Moultrie, the 0-1 with a runner on second and Fulton. Shows bunt again, but pulls back. And that's going to be a count of 1-1 here. For Emily Cole, the 1-1 against Moultrie. Here it comes. This one off the side of the plate again. And just cannot catch the strike zone there. For everyone listening at home, this matchup so far shows bunt by Moultrie and pulls back. But as I was just mentioning before, the Bushnell Beacons are looking for their first win against Southern Oregon, the #1 team in NAIA play. Also the #2 team in the division. Currently, Eastern Oregon has one more win than Southern Oregon in the CCC standing, so they're #2. This pitch coming down, fouled off on the right side. So a 2-2 count here for Moultrie with a runner on second, trying to make quick work of Emily Cole here in the first, tied up. This one is going to be laid down to Martin. Can she make the throw to first? She does. Full and wide, trying to make the throw back to third. Sign called. It is safe. So Kaylor Fulton does advance on a very tight throw. But it will not love the flip from Cole. And the Ravens striking first early here.
Batting #3, Piper Love.
And Piper Love coming up here. As Emily Cole deals the clean slate. This line drive right through the glove of Peeler. And Ari Williams now on the bags.
Now batting #14, Sam Pemberton.
With Faith Moultrie on second. And Sammy Pemberton coming up to bat here. First pitch on the inside, just on the corner of the zone, gets called for strike 1. Cole sends this one batted up high into center field, and it's caught off of the glove of Wilson, who came from left. So now 2 outs.
Batting #7, Kirsten Grodwell.
So Ari Williams on second Love on first. That first pitch by Cole just on the inside, called for strike one. And this is Kirsten Grotwell. The catcher will be behind the dish later in the bottom of the first. But Emily Cole, in an unusual inning for the Bushnell Beacons, already has a run scored. This pitch just coming off the side of the plate is going to be called for ball one. And just as I had mentioned earlier, this is a tough situation for the Bushnell Beacons. Definitely not trying to drop all 4 games of the series at home. But they do have to fight against the #1 team in the nation. It's a tough ask from anyone. This pitch coming down low at the knees is going to be called for ball two. And it's a situation where they're really trying anything to kind of solidify a non-shutout at home. Cole with the 2-1 delivers. This one swung all the way through, and that's going to be 2-2 now. So Kirsten Grotwell keeping herself alive, the 2-2 with 2 outs. Cole delivers. This one batted into the Bushnell dugout off of a weird bounce. But Grotwell still alive at the plate. Emily Cole in the circle looking for a strikeout to clear the inning. Here it comes. This one fouled off on the right side. And the count remains the same at 2-2 with 2 outs. And the 2-2 by Emily Cole. Firing away. This one high at the eyes is going to be tied up for a full count scenario now for Kirsten Grotwell. This pitch batted out deep into left field. It will take one bounce at the fence. Will a 2-run score? Yes, they will. So Ari William comes in, followed by Piper Love. And the score very, very quickly.
Now batting number 24, Avery Coffin.
3-0 here in the top of the first. The Southern Oregon Raiders, that contagious hitting continues against Emily Cole. With Grotwell on second, Coffin at the plate. This one lightly batted Ashlyn Martin as she makes the play at first, and that will catch the 3rd out of the inning. And we'll be right back for top of the first action where the Bushnell Beacons look to strike back here on the Bushnell Streaming Network. Do not go anywhere. I'd like to welcome you back to bottom of the first action here in the Bushnell streaming network. Where it's bottom of the first, leading off is going to be Taylor Kenworthy, who's playing shortstop today, followed by Shyla Mead at second and Riley Peeler, who's at first. Kenny Aquila is getting the start in the circle. This one thrown down low to Pemberton and makes the throw to Love. And Taylor Kenworthy will be retired quickly here on the first pitch.
Mead.
And now Shyla Mead. That one coming all the way through for ball one. Shyla Mead did play in game one, but she did not bat. She was the flex player. Keela delivers. This one swung all the way through by Shyla Mead. And the count now sitting at 1 apiece. Kilo with the 1-1 against Mead. Sends it down. Fouled off on the left side. And Kennedy Kilo resets. This one thrown, batted up, fouled on the right side, just out of Rich Schwab Field. So Emily Cole yesterday had gotten the start. She pitched 7 innings, had 8 hits, 2 runs with 2 earned runs, and walked 4 batters, and had 3 strikeouts. Kennedy Keela did not pitch yesterday, and this is her first at bat, or her first time in the center circle today. Mead will advance to first. And that's exactly what Bushnell needed here. Is Riley Peeler. And there's that left-handed batter's box. With a left foot on the back line and right foot slightly adjacent out. Kia with the pitch on a clean slate. Shows bunt, pulls back from Peeler. And now with Shyla Mead on first, this is exactly how Bushnell can respond. Just finding people on base. Kennedy Keela trying to avoid that. 1-0, fires. This one shown up high, swing all the way around. Peeler coming through. Excuse me, Mead coming all the way through and completes the steal at second as the throw was not in time. Shyla Mead now on second after a successful steal, and the throw from Grotweil was not in time. So 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out here in the bottom of the first, where the Raiders lead 3-0. Kia sends. This one swung on by Peeler. It's chopped out on the left side field. Kenny Keela also scored a run earlier in today's game as well, when she hopped up the bag. It was pinch hitting. Count of 1-2. Fires this one off the side of the plate. Shyla Mead showing heavy in her lead, but does not steal. And Peeler tied up 2 apiece in the left-handed batter's box with 1 out. Kennedy Keela in the circle with the 2-2 count. Fires home. This one skips across the plate on the dirt. And Mead returns back to second. So now it's a full count for Riley Peeler and the Bushnell Beacons with Mead on second. Just trying to get this one in play with already 1 out. So the 3-2 pitch delivers. This one off the side of the plate again, and Riley Peeler will advance on a base on balls. So now Peeler at first, Mead at second, and who else but Violet Richardson. She used to being in this scenario before.
Violet Richardson.
Violet Richardson has hit 2 home runs while being at Rich Schwab Field. at least while I've called a game. And both home runs coming in the bottom of the second, where she was the leadoff hitter. She's not the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the first, but there are runners on the bases, and she knows how to put the ball in play to advance runners. And that's the great thing about Violet Richardson as the cleanup batter. She makes great contact. Her average so far on the year is .393. So has an OPS of 1.2. It's over 1,000. So far has 24 hits on the year and 9 doubles and 5 home runs. She also has 15 RBIs on the year. So Violet Richardson is not one to mess with at the plate. As Keela sends down a clean slate pitch. Off on the left side, gets called in the corner for strike one. So Peeler on first, Mead on second. And a count of 0-1 here with 1 out in the bottom of the first. The delivery off the side of the plate again. But this time called for a ball, so 1 ball, 1 strike against Violet Richardson. In her Game 2 debut at bat. This one swung all the way through. That'll make for strike 2 on Violet Richardson. And this is Game 4 of a 4-game series played. The first 2 games played on Friday, resulting in a 1-0 loss in Game 1, 2-1 loss in Game 2, and a 7-0 loss in Game 3, as Violet Richardson makes this one foul on the left side line. And Violet Richardson did not have a great outing against Ayla Davies, who had 13 strikeouts. It's her new season high. Almost pitched a no-hitter. Richardson sees that pitch down low at the ankles. Does not get the call all the way around. So the check swing stays, and the count tied 2 apiece now. Richardson knows it. She just wants to put this in play. The 2-2 from Keela on its way. This one down in the dirt again, and so a full count now. In a situation that Keela has seen so well. And this is exactly the type of batter that Violet Richardson is. She knows how to protect. The full count. Delivering this one chopped up high. It's going to be fouled off in the right field. And Richardson doing an excellent job of protecting herself at the play. She's seeing pitches just come all the way across. Undoubtedly waiting on the one that she wants to take yard. Kenny and Keela having to be careful with the 3-2 here. Here comes the pitch. This one lined through Pemberton. And that's going to bring Shyla Mead home. And Violet Richardson, now her 10th double of the year, drives in her 16th RBI of the year.
Now batting number 9,
Mead
Martin.
scores. Peeler plops herself on second, and Violet Richardson is now on first. So, if you thought that the Beacons would go down easily when the Raiders went up 3-0 quickly in the top of the first, you'd be sorely mistaken, because the Beacons are just finding their way to claw back at this deficit. Keela with the clean slate pitch and 2 runners on. Ashlyn Martin takes his first pitch deep into right field, but it will be off the hands of Williams. It should have been an easy catch, but it won't be. Peeler trying to round third, and she will find her way. So Peeler rounds third and comes home, giving the Beacons some heart and some light. It's 2-3 here in the bottom of the first. That was Ari Williams in right field who made the mistake. It just dropped off the tip of her glove. And now Ashlyn Martin on first, Violet Richardson on second, and Brenna Wilson, the batter who broke the perfect game in Game 3 against Isla Davies, is up to bat against Kennedy Keela. So clean slate with 2 runners on. This pitch coming down the heart of the strike zone will be called for strike 1. So no balls with 1 strike and 1 out here in the bottom of the first, where the score quickly changed from 0-3 to 2-3. The Beacons still trying to find life to tie this one up, but the Raiders still have a subtle lead. Shows bunt, pulls back, and Wilson fouls that one. And a little bit of a hole that she's dug herself in, trying to find a way back. Remember, Martin and Richardson on first and second. Richardson on second. Keela, here comes the 0-2. This one off the right side of the bag. It's going to be called for 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. So Keela with the pitch. This one grounded out to third for Pemberton. Trying to make the extension play is going to be Love, and she gets it. So the double play, because the tap on third, will retire Brenna Wilson. And we'll be right back for top of the 2 action here on the Bushnell Streaming Network when we return. And we're live for top of the 2 action, where after the Bushnell Beacons were down 3 runs, found a way to rally and make the score 2-3. And really what put them in that position was Ashlyn Martin hitting a ball deep into right field off of the glove of Ari Williams. Couldn't quite make the snag. And that's what drove in the first run. And then it was C'est La Vie from there. Excuse me, that's what drove in the second run, because Violet Richardson hit a double to drive in Shiloh Mead. And that's currently where we stand. Emily Cole returns and cements herself in the middle of the circle versus Christina Tadvik. Tadvik bats .438 so far, as the 1-0 is delivered on the inside towards the knees. So 2 balls, no strikes for Emily Cole against Christina Tadvik. So 2-0 on its way. This one fouled. Just a chopper down low. She let the hands go. So a little bit of a different infield setup than most are used to seeing. It's Emily Cole in the circle. Montana Love behind the dish. Peeler at first, Mead at second, Kenworthy at shortstop, and Martin at third, followed by Wilson, Rondo, and Castaneda in the outfield. This one thrown down from Ashlyn Martin. A great play by Riley Peeler, and that retires Christina Tadvik.
Number 16, Sarah Curling.
And Sarah Curling will come up to bat. Curling had 3 at-bats, had an RBI in her last matchup against Sarah Martin. Shows bunt and pulls back, but is still called for strike 1. So no balls, 1 strike with 1 out here. Sarah Curling trying to keep the boisterous bats alive, as this one comes delivering from Cole. It's fouled out on the left side. So the count 0-2 for Sarah Curling with 1 out. Emily Cole winds and deals the 0-2 just off the side of the plate, as Curling was trying to run up on it, but holds. And the count being 1-2. Just trying with much effort to get that second out. Cole with the 1-2. They're gonna check the first base umpire. He won't say she went all the way around. And now the count standing at 2 apiece with 1 out. The Beacon's still down 1 in this game. It's 3-2. Trying to keep the Southern Raiders from scoring and extending this one open. Cole, the 2-2, fires just off the side of the plate again in the same spot, trying to catch the corner of the zone, but hasn't had much luck with the control. So a full count scenario now for Curling. Can she battle her way on the first? Cole looking to deny. The 3-2 winds and deals off the side of the plate again in the same spot. And Emily Cole will walk Sarah Curling.
Now batting number 15, Kaylor Fulton.
And Kaylor Fulton, we're back to the top of the order now. She already has a single in this game. And although Kaylor Fulton didn't have the greatest of at-bats, she went 2 for 1 in game number 1. And that pass ball, Sarah Curling's going to advance to second. So not so much of a steal attempt as a briskful jog from first to second. And Fulton plops herself on the left-handed batter's box. Left foot in the back, right foot open. The count 1-0. As Cole delivers. Off the side of the plate again. That's now 3 straight pitches in that lower part of the zone that just is not catching. I'm not sure if it's a pitch type or just Emily Cole's control, but the umpires made it clear that will not go. And in the same spot again, and Montana Love pops out of the squat, but Sarah Curling will advance on a pass ball. So 3 balls and no strikes for Emily Cole so far against Kaylor Fulton. Curling on third, Fulton in the batter's box. Cole delivers off the side of the plate again. And Kaylor Fulton will advance. So that's 2 walks back to back from Emily Cole. And we have head coach Jim Patrick walking from the dugout
12, Faith Moultrie.
to meet with the team in the center of the circle. Wants to talk. Just get a feel for the inning. Doesn't seem to be anyone warming up in the bullpen. So I believe that Emily Cole will finish this inning. As far as of how the team decides to support her, it's going to have to be through the defensive side. Any ball that gets put into play, she's going to need the players behind her to take that initiative. I think that's what's so special about this Bushnell team is that they all can rely on each other as well. A very cohesive team. It's the most cohesive that Jim Patrick has gone on and stated. He says the energy, it's the teamwork that really makes this team pull together wins, and that's what they're looking for here. Only down 1. Bunt shown by Moultrie, but pulls back. So that first pitch is called for a strike. And Faith Moultrie in the left-handed batter's box. Moultrie struck out once against Sarah Martin in the game 1, and it's looking for her first hit in game 2. Cole with the 1-0. This one fouled off. Excuse me. Looking for her first actual hit into play. So no balls with 2 strikes. Curling on third. Emily Cole has her right where she wants her. Will she finish it? Moultrie protects as this one gets batted out onto the left side. Curling setting herself on third, still itching to move. Count 0-2 here with one out for Emily Cole here in the top of the second. This has been a very lengthy at bat for Faith Moultrie, who has seen a handful of pitches and every single time has fouled it off onto the left side. So if you're Brenna Wilson or Ashlyn Martin, you have to assume that it could come your way. Cole with the 0-2, winds and deals. This one again fouled on that left side. And that seems to be where Faith Moultrie is pulling this one. So again, if I'm Wilson, I want to definitely be on that farther left side. It's about 3 or 4 balls that are being batted out towards that side as well. So the pull being left for Moultrie. And dug into a hole, the count of 0-2. Cole with the 0-2 finds this one. Swung all the way through by Moultrie as she runs up in the box. So Moultrie, again, just doing an excellent job of protecting every single time she's faced Cole so far. It's 3 back-to-back fouls. As Cole with the 0-2 fires this one off the side of the plate again in the same spot that has not been called for a strike. So Cole trying to extend the strike zone, but is not getting any of these. And with the count of 1-2, Cole fires. This one batted directly at Cole, makes the play to first at Peeler. Peeler throwing to Love, and gets the play at home! And that will end the inning, a double play. Getting Sarah Curling and retiring Faith Moultrie. And we'll be right back for bottom of the second action where the Bushnell Beacons look to tie this one at 3 apiece when we return.
Then up number 1, Marina Castaneda.
And we return live back here on the Bushnell Streaming Network for the bottom of the second, where leading off for the Bushnell Beacons is going to be Marina Castaneda. She did not play or bat in the first game. And so far this year, Marina Castaneda trying to get the bat alive, an OPS of 512 and an average of 178. Kennedy Keela sends that first pitch off the right side of the plate. It's going to be called for ball 1. And Keela, who also had a tough inning, just like Cole in the very first one, allowed 2 runs compared to Emily's 3. Keela delivers the 1-0. All the way through goes Marina Castaneda as it was in the heart of the strike zone. It sees strike 1. So the count 1-1 here in the bottom of the second with no runners on and no outs. Keela delivers. This one chopped on. It's going to be low and fouled. So the count of 1-2. Keela's trying to deliver the finisher. The Raiders already feeling good after clinching game 3. Here's the pitch. This one lifted up by Castaneda, but it is going to go behind us. Marina Castaneda entering the right side batter's box for another time. The count of 1-2. Keela, the delivery. This one's shown down low at the knees. It's going to be called for ball 2 and an excellent eye by Castaneda. She's the freshman from Hood River. Keela with the 2-2 tied. This one batted up high by Castaneda. It's going to go behind us, fouled. And an excellent protection job at the dish. And really, it's all about putting it in play for the Beacons. They've already seen that hits can keep on adding up if they get one in play. Saw them by the first inning where they had 2 runs after putting the ball in play. So a full count now from Marina Castaneda after she took that pitch just off the side of the plate. Kennedy Keel trying to get the strikeout. Will she? This one batted a line drive in between Love and Tadvik, and Castaneda finds herself on the bags.
Now batting number 10, Montana Love.
And Montana Love up to bat. It's her first time seeing Kennedy Kilo today. Also, Montana Love did not play in game 1. She was not behind the dish and she did not bat. Still looking for her first hit of the year. The OPS of 125 shows bunt, pulls back. And Castaneda diving back to first is safe. Tried to get her on the pickoff. So excellent job by Castaneda keeping herself in the Beacons' hopes of scoring run number 3. Hopeful to score 3 and 4 in this inning. As Keela delivers the 1-0. Bunt shown again, it's going to hit the backstop. And Love putting herself in an uncomfortable position of 1-2. Excuse me, 1-1. So Love checks the inside glove, inside wristband. And Keela sets herself. The wind and deal of the 1-1. Shows bunt again. This one caught up by Pemberton, crashing from third. So a little fly out by Pemberton. A little pop out.
Now batting number 11, Brooklyn Rondo.
And that retires Montana Love, bringing up Brooklyn Rondo. Rondo takes that first pitch all the way around. It's going to be called for strike 1. The right-handed batter also had a tough time facing Ayla Davies in the first game, but now seeing a different pitcher on the inside circle. The 0-1 firing just off the right side of the plate as the count moves to 1-1. With Castaneda still on first, who just so happens to wear number 1. She had 3 at-bats and didn't record a single hit in game 3. But she does foul this one low into the dugout of the Bushnell Beacons. I believe that's about the 4th or 5th ball that has been fouled off into their dugout. So a very active dugout for fouls. Keela recenters herself with the count of 1-2. Castaneda on, sees his pitch. It is popped up into the left field, but it is fouled. You had 3. Yes, you heard me, 3. Fulton, Pemberton, and Coffin trying to go get that ball. Fortunately for the Beacons, none of them were able to make the snag. So Rondo's attempts at the plate still stay alive on the left side. Kilo with the 1-2. Castaneda on first. Delivers. This one swung all the way through by Brooklyn Rondo, and she'll get her first strikeout of the day. And now we're back to the top of the order. It's going to be Taylor Kenworthy.
Taylor Kenworthy.
So 2 outs. Marina Castaneda on first. And Taylor Kenworthy coming up to bat. If she can find her way on base, then we're back to the top of the. Then we're back to the order that got the scoring started. Shyla Mead, Riley Peeler, and then Violet Richardson would follow after. She puts this ball into play to the glove of Tadvik. Tadvik makes the complete throw to Love, and that will do it for Taylor Kenworthy. So quick work from the 4-3. And we'll be right back for top of the 3 action on the Bushnell Streaming Network when we return. I'd like to welcome you back here to the top of the 3 action on the Bushnell Streaming Network. And coming up to bat, it's going to be Ari Williams, followed by Piper Love, and then Sam Pemberton right after that. So Ari Williams setting herself into that left-handed batter's box against Emily Cole. First pitch coming through. Ari Williams has already scored today. And same with Piper Love. So Emily Cole is most definitely looking to keep Ari Williams and Piper Love off of the bags. That first pitch called ball, second pitch high. It's going to be called ball again. Seen right at the helmet of Ari Williams. And the score here in the top of 3 still remains the same. The Raiders leading by 1, where it's the score of 3-2. Here in Schwab. Cole firing. This one slapped up high, but it is going to be to Rondo in center field. So a routine fly ball.
Batting number 3, Piper Love.
And that's going to bring up Piper Love. So a quick fly out makes for out number 1 of the inning. Looking Rondo having a little bit of celebration in center field after that. Emily Cole shakes off pitch number 1 and confirms pitch number 2. Fires the Queen Slate just on the inside. High and tight at the zone and will be called for strike 1. A little bit of a late call there. But regardless, a strike is a strike. So the 0-2, the 0-1 on its way. High at the helmet makes this count 1-1 now for Piper Love. Piper Love resets herself on the right. Sees the pitch come in and bats this one out foul. She's from Corvallis, the senior. Her highest the number of hits that she's hit in a game was versus Cumberland's. And that was on 222. She hit 3 of them. And so far on the year, she bats 3-3. As this pitch comes in low, she grounds it out to Ashlyn Martin, who makes the throw to Peeler.
Batting number 14,
And another quick work. So 2 outs now. Emily Cole's got a little bit of that smile back, and it's good to see if you're a Bushnell Beacon fan. So Pemberton entering that right-handed batter's box on a clean slate versus Emily Cole. 2 outs. The first pitch firing down at the knees will get called for strike 1. Interesting choice by Pemberton to see that one come across. Saw it drop at the last minute, chose not to swing. And Pemberton will do the reset in the right hand. Cole with the 0-1 winds and deals. This one slides across the bottom of the dirt and makes the count 1-1. She got a little bit too greedy with that one. But the smile remains. Pemberton awaits the 1-1. This one chopped all the way up high, but it will be into the glove of Wilson. Routine fly ball. And another retiree for Sammy Pemberton to the same spot to Wilson. And we'll be back. Quick third inning and a quick transition in the bottom of the third. I'd like to welcome everybody watching at home. Through 3 innings so far, we're here in the bottom of the third, where the current score is the Southern Oregon Raiders 3, the Bushnell Beacons 2, and one of the closest matchups that has been throughout the year. And Shiloh Mead coming up to lead this batter, to be the lead batter. So Shiloh Mead seeing that first pitch down and low, but it is called for strike one at the zone. It's Kennedy Keela making work early here. Mead in the right-hander, sees the pitch, lays this one down off in between Pemberton. And she advances to first as Pemberton tried to dive for it. And a good little grounder finds a way to roll through.
How about number 19, Riley Peeler?
And now it's the first baseman, Riley Peeler. He's made a lot of excellent snags, had to really reach for some balls down in the dirt, but has made the play every single time. Now set yourself in the left-handed batter's box with Mead on first. Sees the pitch off the left side of the back. Peeler has already scored today against Kennedy Keela, one of the 2 runs that is on the board right now. She's the second. The 0-1 sliding off the bag again. It's going to be a count of 1-1. Keela with the 1-1 fires. This one chopped high, but it is going to be fouled. Trying to go all the way around is Riley Peeler. Get the extension and put it out into play. Mead on first still with no outs. And Keela actually doing a great job putting herself ahead at 1-2. The delivery. This one again swung, hits off the backstop. And the count remains the same. Riley Peeler doing an excellent job of just seeing the ball come across the plate and keeping herself alive here. Extending the at-bat. The wind and deal, the 1-2. All the way around goes Riley Peeler, and that's strike out number 2 for Kennedy Keela.
How about number 15, Violet Richardson?
And who else but Violet Richardson? Hit a double already in this game with a runner on. And now with an opportunity again. Violet Richardson already taking Keela deep once. Seeing this pitch come on the inside. It's going to be called for ball 1. Again, Richardson, an excellent hitter for this team. Knows how to get people on base. But is also very dangerous with the power. Keela delivers the 1-0. This one, line drive directly into the glove of Coffin. And they're going to say that Shiloh Mead got caught. Didn't tag up. And she gets Mead. So on a tough scenario, to Coffin. Coffin makes the play. And we'll be right back for the top of the fourth action live on the Bushnell Streaming Network when we return. I'd like to welcome everybody back, where it's top of the fourth action for the Southern Oregon Raiders taken at the plate. It's Kirsten Grotwell, followed by Avery Coffin, and then Christina Tadvik right after that. And of course, in the circle for everyone's favorite Bushnell Beacon, one of everyone's favorites, on the first pitch, this one will go deep into center, but Rondo makes the catch. So first pitch, first swing action for Kirsten Grotwell, and flies it out into center field. And just as I was mentioning before, one of everybody's favorites pitcher here in the Bushnell Beacon Stadium is Emily Cole. Her and Martin being the top two pitchers for the Beacon so far this year. Definitely two aces that know how to get hot. And following up the fly out to Grotwell, Avery Coffin takes ball one on the inside. So the 1-0 count sent by Cole is batted out foul on the right side. So the count of 1-1 here for Emily Cole against Coffin. Coffin already put the ball in play today, but has not gotten on base. And with that, on the offside, it's 2-1 with one out here. Cole shakes the arms and resets in the middle of the circle. Confirms the pitch. The wind and deal of the 2-1. This one, a thumper down to Ashlyn Martin. Makes the play at first again, a clean sweep.
Number 6,
So that's 2 outs now. Ashlyn Martin, who has struggled a little bit in the field at shortstop, playing third now, has been much better today. Only has one field error today, and that was from the throw from third to second, trying to go into a double play scenario, and that's eventually what led to this 2 scoring runs in the top of the 5. Cole sends his first pitch down the heart of the strike zone against Christina Tadvik in the right-handed batter's box. And the count is 0-1 now for Christina Tadvik. And the Beacons making Game 4 much more competitive than they made Game 3. Cole fires this one away, and it's shot down low and foul. So far, both Bushnell pitchers today don't have a strikeout to their name, but the pitching has still been there. The defense has been there. Strikeouts aren't everything. And this one batted low off to Ashlyn Martin. They're going to say that it is fair in play. And with that, Christina Tadvik gets a little bit of a squeaker by and advances to second. She's trying to get the squeaker by Martin, but it just did not. She could not get it in time. And now Sarah Curling coming back. She was walked in her first at-bat. So the pitch from Cole, this one lifted up high, it's fouled. Just right behind us. And this is a situation that we've seen the Beacons get caught in quite a lot, actually, where it is 2 outs and they're trying to get that final out. This has been an all-season thing as well. And they just have not found a way defensively to close it out, whether it's been through strikeout or plays in the infield or outfield. Something that the Bushnell Beacons are kind of looking to avoid with the runner on second as this one gets swung all the way through. Again, that's going to be called for strike 2. So Curly now digging yourself a trench here in the top of the 4th with 2 strikes, 2 outs, and Christina Tadvik on second. Emily Cole does confirm the pitch in the center circle. Here it comes. Trying to reach for it is Curling, but is fouled. And count still remaining at 0-2. The umpire had run out of softballs, so he had to go back. Get some more. That's okay. So a little stoppage in play here for the Bushnell Beacons. Gives Cole some time to think about what pitch she wants to retire Curling with. So Emily Cole with the 0-2, firing home. This one is lifted deep into left field. It goes into the gap of Wilson and Rondeau. Christina Tadvik will score, and Curling with a deep triple. And for the Bushnell Beacons, the two-out rally has awoken for the Southern Oregon Raiders. So Curling plops herself on third, and we're back to the top of the order in Fulton. And this is the exact type of situation I was talking about. This would happen in the top of the 2nd. This would happen in the top of the 5th, 6th, and 7th. So a wild pitch goes all the way through. Curling keeps herself on third as Montana Love pops out of the squat. And just as I was mentioning before, this is the exact situation that Bushnell has found themselves in plenty of times before, in a situation that they're definitely looking to get themselves out of. And Emily Cole is the one to do it. She has the power, she has the control and the command, but it's all about the pitch. This one ran all the way through, lifted up deep into the glove, and Wilson will make the catch. And that is exactly what they would have wanted here. Little fly out, no more damage. The bandage gets put all the way on, and we'll be right back here in the bottom of the 4th where the Raiders lead 4-2 against the Bushnell Beacons when we return. And we return, bottom of the 4th, where the Bushnell Beacons, in a tough 2-out scenario in the top of the 4th, had allowed some hits, and that's what allowed the score to go up to 4-2. And what was once a 1-run game has now quickly become a 2-run game to tie, a 3-run game to win, here in Game 4 of the 4-game series played in Rich Schwab Field. It's Ashlyn Martin leading off the batting for the Bushnell Beacons, followed by Brenna Wilson and then Marina Castaneda. Kennedy Keela against Martin for the 2nd time. As Martin already gotten on base today. First pitch coming on the right side of the play is going to be ball 1. I mean, Ashlyn Martin has been really special so far, kind of through game 3 and 4, but really has been special on the defensive side. She into left field, unfortunately, will not be fair as it hit the fence on the foul part. Tough shot by Ashlyn Martin, who thought she saw her pitch. And Ashlyn Martin will re-enter with the count of 1-1 here against Kennedy Keela. The 1-1 fires. Ooh, high. Wild pitch comes back directly at the eyes. My eyes, to be more exact. The count is 2-1 now. Ashley Martin re-enters that right side of batter's box. Foot on the line. Foot even on the right. Pitch on its way as it's tapped up fouled by Ashley Martin. A little bit of a different spin on that pitch from Keela as you saw it come across the plate. She goes back to the rosin bag and re-enters the circle. And this count is tied 2 apiece now. As Ashley Martin tries to break the scoring wide open here. She tries to ground this one out to right on the left side, sorry. It's fouled again on the third baseline. As Kennedy Keela re-enters the circle. The count of 2-2 for Sarah Martin. Trying to get on base here. Will she? This one lifted up high and fouled again on the right side. So she's going left to right with these foul balls. But more importantly, she's upping the pitch count against Keela, allowing her teammates to see what Keela is dishing to her. It gives them a little bit of a better idea of how to better prepare for their at-bats. Again, they've already seen her a handful of times, but it's all about consistency and seeing. Keela delivers. This one just lightly tapped by Ashley Martin, keeping herself alive. Keela thought that one might have gone into play, and it did not. So Ashley Martin still alive in this at-bat. Count 2 apiece. Tied like some shoelaces. With no outs here in the bottom of the fourth, where the Raiders still lead 4-2. The 2-2 on its way. This one will be a short tapper up, and it's caught by Coffin. And that will retire Ashley Martin. So a little bit of a short pop, short fly.
Now batting number 2, Brenna Wilson.
But Brenna Wilson coming in. Brenna Wilson did put the ball in play earlier, but was grounded out. As Kennedy Keela delivers this one down and low at the ankles. It will be called for ball 1. But Brenna Wilson was the main reason that the no-hitter did not stick in Game 3. Keela delivers this one as Wilson lifts this one up into the glove of curling. And that will retire her as well.
Now batting number 1, Marina Castaneda.
And Marina Castaneda has already gotten on base today from a short little Marina Castaneda looking to get on base again. So no balls, no strikes here with 2 outs. Castaneda sees the first pitch, hits the first pitch, and this will be a routine fly on the infield, caught by Tadvik. So 3 straight fly outs for the Bushnell Beacon. A little bit of unfortunate luck. As we advance to the top of the 5th, when we return, where the Raiders still lead this matchup 4-2. They'd like to return back to the top of the 5th action. It's going to be Alyssa Moultrie leading off for the Southern Oregon Raiders. I'm your voice, CJ Flores, today on the call. Here in the top of the 5th, where for the Bushnell Beacons, things got a little bit worse. At once was leading by 1. It has now extended to leading by 2 after top 4 action, which saw Emily Cole get caught into a 2-run rally, 2-out rally, I should say, and eventually leading to the Southern Oregon Raiders taking a 2-run lead. Cole trying to eliminate some of that pressure here as that second pitch coming across is going to be called for ball 1. And just as I was mentioning earlier, that was a tough inning for the Beacons. It really needed to get out of it, stop the bleeding, and Emily Cole looks to fully oppress that bandage and keep it dry here through 5, 6, and 7, hopefully. So that first pitch coming down, this one coming off foul of the bat of Moultrie, finding herself again to stay alive. Moultrie's had some at-bats where she's really had to fight, and she's fouled off a lot of pitches from Emily Cole, so she knows that she can get a piece of one. So the 1-2 count for Faith Moultrie. Cole with the winding deal. This one off the side of the plate, down and away. So 1-2 now. And Faith Moultrie does bat .444. She did earn all Cascade Conference honorable mention last year. And she was all academic CCC team as well. As she sees the 2-2 come across the plate. This one chopped up behind us. And Faith Moultrie keeping herself at 2 apiece here in the top of the 5th, where it's still 4-2 in favor of the Raiders. Emily Cole sets herself, the 2-2 firing away. As she runs into this, a little worm burner gets through the infield. And Faith Moultrie finds herself on first.
Batting number 5, Haley Siva.
And now Haley Siva is coming up to bat. She will be in place of Ari Williams. This first pitch coming from Emily Cole down the heart of the zone is called for strike 1. And now it's Haley Siva trying to eliminate that 0-1 count, fight her way back. Cole, here's the pitch. This one down low as Moultrie slides into second safely. There was going to be no attempt from Montana Love. So a count of 1-1 here. Top 5, Moultrie on second. Siva in the right-handed batter's box. Delivers the pitch. This one in the middle. As it comes off the top of the backstop. So another 1-1 count. As it stays the same, Siva thought she could run it out. She'll have to take the jog back to the right-handed batter's box. But count of 1-2 now. This is exactly where Emily Cole can strive. You put it down and away, put it high and tight. And Emily Cole, which pitch will she choose? The 1-2 firing. This one fouled all the way through as it bounces out of the field. And the umpire needing to get some more softballs. That is how many balls have been popped out of Rich Schwab Field today. No home runs yet, but fouls. And Haley Siva, again, to take her place. It's 1-2, and Emily Cole with the advantage. She fires this one down the middle as it gets popped out of the right side of the field again. Again. And Siva really extending this at-bat against Emily Cole. Cole with the 1-2 fires. This one laid down over by Ashlyn Martin, but will not be fair. So Moultrie still on second with no outs here in the top of the fifth. Haley Siva in that right-handed batter's box with a count of 1-2. Cole looking for the finisher. Sends it. This one, a great pop, but it will be out of the right side of the field and it's fouled. Keeping that count the same. And Siva fighting. She will not go down yet. Emily Cole winds and deals the 1-2. This one caught up at the letters and will not be called for strike 3, but instead will be called for ball 2. So the count 2 apiece for Haley and the Raiders. Trying to keep some of the scoring energy alive, but Cole looking to deny. Sends this one and just fouled again. So instead of the count staying the same at 1-2, it stays the same at 2-2, and we might be caught into this foul ball situation a little bit more. Siva tied up like laces, the 2-2. Coming home as she powers this one deep into the center field off the wall. It takes the bounce. Moultrie rounds third. She will come home. And Siva driving it deep down into the 2-2-5 area right off of the Olsen Industry. And Siva's got a triple.
Number 3, Piper
So no
Love.
outs. The lead now extended to 5. Siva on third. And that's going to bring up Piper Love. Emily Cole with the clean slate against Love. Sends it down the middle. Will be called for strike 1. Might have been a little bit off the place, but Montana Love with an excellent frame. So the 0-1 delivery, this one popped up foul just at the fence. Count now of 0-2 for Piper Love, and Emily Cole still searching for that first strikeout. Still looking for that first out of the inning as well here in the top of the 5, where 1 run has scored. Emily sends the 0-2. This one lightly popped up in to the field, and Asheville Martin makes the grab. And the count is now clean as Sam Pemberton will come up.
Number 14, Sam Pemberton.
So Sammy Pemberton has flown out to Breno today. Shows bunt, pulls back. This bunt laid down to Emily. And it will be in time. Excuse me, it will not be in time as Siva scores from the trip to third. Montana Love is down. She's taking on 1 knee, needs a little bit of time to breathe. I'm not sure if Siva had come in and had hit her on the tag. But Montana Love is going to take a little bit of time, and so are we. We'll be right back after this injury timeout. And after a little bit of an injury delay, injury timeout as I would call it, It's going to bring up the next batter in Kirsten Grotweiler. Emily Cole sends the clean slate pitch into the heart of the strike zone, and that will be called for strike one, with Pemberton on first. So here in the top of the fifth, the Southern Raiders have already scored two, making the score 6-2, as this one gets lifted down deep into right field, but it's fouled. As Castaneda had to make the run for it, but could not quite get the snag. And Kirsten Grotweiler down into a trench. Count of 0-2 here with one out and a runner on first. Cole delivers. This one swung all the way through. That'll be strike three, and Emily Cole catches her first strikeout of the day here in inning number 5.
Batting number 24, Avery Coffin.
And now Avery Coffin having an opportunity to come up. That's 2 outs for the Beacons now, with a runner on first and Pemberton trying to avoid a 2-out rally here with Coffin up to bat. First pitch to Coffin. This one gets worm burned into the outfield right in between Castaneda and Rondeau. So that advances Pemberton to third.
Number 6, Christy Tadvik.
Coffin is on first, and Tadvik's up to bat. And another moment where the Beacons just getting caught up into a defensive pickle, I would say. A clean slate pitch to come from Emily does off the side of the plate. Love dropping out of the squat. 1 ball, no strikes with 2 outs here. And the score being 6-2, and the Beacons, who were only down 1, are now down 4. Emily Cole. The 1-0 on its way. This one slapped into foul territory, but just off the left side. So Cole, at a count of 1-1, has runners on each corner now. Coffin on first, Pemberton on third. With Tadvik up to do damage. The 1-1 fires this, lays it down right into the glove of Kenworthy, but she cannot make the throw to first. And Pemberton comes in and scores. Coffin's on second, and Tadvik's on first. And this is the exact
Batting number 16,
issue
Sarah Curley.
that the Bushnell Beacons were looking to avoid. And again, just getting caught into a 2-out rally. Curling having an opportunity. She hit a triple in her last at-bat. Sees the first pitch, fouls it to the backstop. So with 2 outs, runners on first and second. Emily Cole. The bandage that was once softly closed is now wide open as Cole delivers the 0-1 count just off the side of the plate, down and away. So 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs for Emily Cole and the Beacons against Sarah Curling. Curling, who had that deep line drive into left field, sees this pitch, doesn't go all the way around, but they will call for strike 2 down on the lower part of the zone. So even though it could have been a check swing scenario for Sarah Curling, it turns into a 1 ball, 2 strike scenario. Still having some room to play with as well. Cole just looking for the finisher. The 1-2 fires, is fouled on the third baseline. So Sarah Curling, the left-handed batter, putting herself right into the box. Left foot on that back line, the right just open. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Cole, can she deliver the finisher? Off the side of the plate, down and away. That's going to make this count 2 apiece now for Sarah Curling. And the Southern Oregon Raiders, who have scored 3 runs so far here in the top of the 5th, score 7-2. Cole, the finisher, as it gets batted out behind us and finds a way. And Sarah Curling finds a way to keep herself alive. The 2-2 with 2 outs. Emily Cole has had to work so hard for it. She's had to earn every single out this game. She's trying to earn another one. Will she? Off of a little bit of a wild pitch. It's going to be a full count scenario. Montana Love having to pop out of the squat again. So Avery Coffin on third now. And Christina Tadvik on second. So 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs for the Southern Oregon Raiders. Cole, the pitch. This one tapped up high into the glove of Brenna Wilson. So Brenna Wilson, after not seeing some action for a little bit, sees a pop fly into left field, and that'll do it here in the top of the 5th, and we'll be right back for the bottom of the 5th when we return. And the Bushnell Beacons live here in the bottom of the 5th action on the Bushnell Streaming Network. And up to bat is Montana Love. The catcher had a little bit of a long inning herself in the top of the 5, hoping to have a fast inning here in the bottom of the 6th. Get on base. First pitch goes all the way through, and that's called for strike 1 on Montana Love. Following Love is going to be Brooklyn Rondo and Taylor Kenworthy right after. Kennedy Keela with the 0-1, delivers up high at the eyes. And it's ball 1 for Keela. Keela with the 1-1. Delivers. This one fouled by Montana Love, keeping herself alive in a 1-2 scenario now. Not too much to panic about, but definitely protection and caution at the plate. Anything close for Montana Love. And Keela, 1-2, winds and deals. Just down and away. And we're tied 2 apiece now. So the 2-2 fires home. Again, high and off the plate. And perfect scenario for Montana Love to get this rally started for the Beacons. Down 5. Full count scenario. Keela takes a breath in. Full count. Finding its way home. Just off the side of the plate. Gets called for strike 3 and gets Montana Love looking on a late call from the umpire as well. And Keela now has 2 strikeouts through 5 innings of work.
Rondo.
And Brooklyn Rondo Coming up now. Clean slate, shows bunt, lays it down. Pemberton picks it up and throws it to Love and retires Brooklyn Rondo. So a short bunt that was supposed to get Rondo to first ends up blowing up in their face. And we're back to the top of the order. So after quick 2 outs, 2 up, 2 down for Kennedy Keela, the Beacons go to the top of the order. Taylor Kenworthy trying to get this one started. Swings on the first pitch, trying to fish for it. Catches nothing. So no balls, no balls, 1 strike with 2 outs for Taylor Kenworthy. Kenworthy awaits the 0-1. This one shown into the middle and excellent frame job by the catcher, Grotweil, to get it called for strike 2. Kenny Aquila, the 0-2 deals. Rides high at the letters. Count of 1 and 2 now with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Kenworthy trying to keep the Beacons alive. This one riding high off the side of the plate again. Just wasn't the release that Keela was looking for exactly. And the count shot out at 2 apiece with 2 outs. Kenworthy. Will she keep it alive? This one batted foul just behind us. So 2 balls. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. In the bottom of the 5th. The Beacons down 5. The Raiders lead 7-2. The pitch from Keela. This one slapped up into center field, but Curling, having to move her way back, will make the catch. And that will do it for Taylor Kenworthy and the Bushnell Beacons through 5 innings, where the current score is the Southern Oregon Raiders 7, Bushnell Beacons 5, and will return for top of the 6th action when the Beacons return. And leading off here in the top of the 6th is going to be Gia Almont coming up here to bat against new pitcher Alexis Perez in the middle of the circle. So after a tough 5th inning that wasn't exactly her fault, Emily Cole does take the walk out with only 1 strikeout. Perez sends this one high at the helmet. And Almont, who's pitch hitting for Fulton, Perez sends this one. Almont gets a piece of it and lines it. Fouled on the left side. Not really a scenario that Alexis Perez is kind of used to being into, but here's the thing about Alexis Perez so far. With an ERA of 2.6, a whip of 1.9, she's pitched 16 innings so far and has only allowed 21 hits with 12 runs. She struck out 5 batters so far over those innings. And is now looking at a 3-1 count against Almont. So Alexis Perez with the 3-1 sends it home. It's going to be down at the knees and called for ball 4, and Almont advances.
Pinch hitting number 9, Glory Pistol.
And Glory Pistol coming in to pinch it. For Faith Moultrie. The umpire taking a little bit of time to make the adjustment. So Alexis Perez now facing Pistol for the first time. Count clean, just off the plate, down and away. Ball 1 for Glory Pistol. Glory Pistol is a freshman. Shares the same last name as Jessica Pistol. I'm not 100% sure if they're mother-daughter. I don't want to assume, but they do have the same last name. Sees the second pitch. This throw down by Montana Love gets through, but does not go into the outfield. So an excellent protection. Almont will go to second on a stolen base, and Pistol keeps herself in the left-handed batter's box with 2 balls and no strikes. Also no outs so far here in the top of the 6th for Alexis Perez. Alexis Perez sets in the circle. Lets it fly. This one batted just in between, and it's gone off foul for 2-1 for Glory Pistol. She has 1 hit so far, and it was against Carroll. That was on 3-8. And with that, her batting average is at .333. She has an OPS of .666 and 3 at-bats so far in the year. That pitch by Perez catches the corner of the strike zone. And now it's 2-2 against Pistol. And just when Perez thought that this might have gotten away, she's right back in control. Perez fires the swing all the way through and gets Pistol. Got her reaching. And that makes for the second. That makes for the second strikeout today by a Bushnell pitcher. The first being by Emily Cole, the second being Alexis Perez. Perez sends that one to Siva. Remember, Siva has a triple in this game already. She's done some heavy work through her at-bats. So now 1 out with 1 strike for Alexis Perez. And a runner on second delivers the pitch just on the inside. Catches the corner zone high and tight for strike 2. Siva down into a trench. 0-2 with 1 out. And Almont on second. Perez sets herself. Delivers the 0-2. This one swung all the way through and is just lightly dribbled down the third base foul line. So a little bit of a dribbler there. Keeps Siva alive. So no balls, 2 strikes with 1 out for Alexis Perez. This one, a worm burner that gets through the glove of Martin. Almont will round third, and she does come home. The score advances to 8-2. And now with the go-ahead run, at second. So Piper Love, excuse me, not Piper Love, Aubrey Muxon coming into bat here in place of Piper Love. So Cole with a clean, excuse me, Perez with a clean slate to Muxon in the left-handed batter's box. Sends it just down and low from the plate. Aubrey Muxon, so far this year, she's a freshman. She's getting her works here. She only has one hit on the season. That was against Providence, and that was on 3/21, so not too long ago. The redshirt freshman from Lake Tapps, Washington. And the umpire running out of softballs again, so having to take a little bit of time. Alexis Perez sets herself in the middle circle to count 1-0. Fires. This one lifted up high, but it's fouled behind us. Another ball to bounce out. And Muxon, 1-1 here with one out. Runner on second. The pitch just off the side of the plate again for Alexis Perez, and now it's 2 balls, 1 strike. And a comfortable position for Muxon. Pitch by Perez comes down off the side of the plate again, and now it's 3-1. Perez, the freshman, making her way through the batters, trying to work as cleanly as she can. Already has a strikeout. The 3-1. Fires home. This one was slapped down on the third baseline. And now Alexis Perez kind of in a comfortable position. 3-2. What will be the pitch to finish Muxon? Perez fires this one. A little dribbler to Ashlyn Martin. The play at first is in time. And Ashlyn Martin, great play. A little bit of a running. Full Peeler having to make the scoop. And that's now 2 outs for the Bushnell Beacons.
Pitch hitting number 1, Rochelle Hara.
Hara coming in to pinch hit for Sammy Pemberton. Something that's interesting about Hara is she was actually the catcher of Game 1, and although did not hit in Game 1, still had an excellent time behind the dish, really making some of those plays for Ayla Davies to get 13 strikeouts. A lot of corner painting by Hara behind the plate. Hara, the right-handed batter, takes the first clean slate pitch down the middle. It is called for strike 1. On the year, she bats .286, has an OPS of .730. Her slugging percentage is only .286, and she's been walked twice so far. She's 1 RBI on the season, and a runner is on third. A second pitch high at the helmet for Perez makes this count 1-1 for Hara. Alexis Perez, the 1-1, winds. This one laid down. Shyla Mee tried to make the extension, gets right past her. And another RBI for Hara. Make that 2 on the year. And Seva comes home to score. Sorry, Seva. And here in the top,
Kirsten Grotwell.
excuse me, here in the bottom of the 6th, the score currently being 9-2. This one is going to go out here and be fouled. And Grotweil with that first strike, first pitch look. So now no balls, no balls, one strike with 2 outs here. The Raiders lead this matchup 9-2. Perez looking to finish the job, get out of the inning. This one sent down and low at the legs. One for Alexis Perez. Alexis Perez with the 1-1, the delivery. This one high, the wild pitch is going to get away. Sliding into second is going to be Hara. And Hara advances to second. So now another player in scoring position in Hara. And it's 9-2. A mercy run rule, standing on second. This one split up the side is going to be caught by Kenworthy and thrown to Peeler. And final with the out. And we'll be right back for bottom of the 6th action on the Bushnell Streaming Network when we return. And we advance to the bottom of the 6th, where in the top of the 6th, the Southern Oregon Raiders found a way to score twice. And Shiloh Mead is going to be the leadoff batter here in the bottom of the 6th. So it'll go Shiloh Mead, Riley Peeler, and then Violet Richardson right after that. And just as I was mentioning before, it was a tough scenario where another 2-out rally just led to a little bit more damage. And 9-2 is what that result ended up being after the top of the 6th. So the first pitch coming from Kennedy Keela catches the inside corner against Shiloh Mead for strike 1. Keela sends this pitch. It's going to be high at the helmet. Count now advancing to 1-1. So here through 6 innings, the Beacons have only scored 2, and those came in the first. Shiloh Mead does get a hold of it, but it will bounce foul on the right base, on the left side base. So a count of 1-2 against Shiloh Mead. The pitch just on the inside, high and tight. And now tied up 2 apiece with no outs for Kennedy Keela and the Southern Oregon Raiders, who've kept themselves off the diamond a lot here in the defensive side. Another great frame. But just will not catch. And wow, doing an excellent job behind the dish. Count 3-2. Gila fires. This one down the heart of the strike zone and gets Shyla Mead. That makes for her third strikeout today. As Riley Peeler will come up to bat. Peeler's found herself on base a handful of times today. And in game one, Riley Peeler had a double late into the game. This was pretty sure this was in the bottom of the sixth as well to break up that no-hitter. But Isla Davies was pitching. It was actually almost a perfect game. She had no walks.
Number 15, Violet Richardson.
But eventually, it was broken up by Brenna Wilson. So a little bit of a sigh of relief for the Beacons. Violet Richardson swings and is popped out. So very quick work.
Number 9, Ashlyn Martin.
So Ashlyn Martin finds herself on base. Or excuse me, will find herself up to bat with 2 outs after Violet Richardson popped out. And takes the first strike. Ashlyn Martin's had a good handful of at-bats throughout the weekend. Just hasn't really gotten anything to stick yet. Second pitch, she lays this one down, but it will be through the glove of Coffin to Tadvik to make the out. And that is going to be a quick inning for the Bushnell Beacons. Not quite 1-2-3, but we'll head to the top of the 7th action where the Southern Raiders kind of look to extend this lead, make it higher than 9-2. Will they or will they not when we return on the Bushnell Streaming Network? And this is top 7 action, live on the Bushnell Streaming Network. We're leading off is going to be Avery Coffin for the Southern Oregon Raiders, and a little bit of a defensive change behind the dish is going to be Gracie Hamilton. That first pitch, Coffin takes it high. Assuming that Montana Love decided to sit this 7th inning out after a tough collision at home. Coffin bats this one and bats it foul on the right side. So with 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs here for Alexis Perez, the freshman in the top of the 7th. She's done an excellent job so far relieving Emily Cole. Has really tried to alleviate some of that pressure and damage from the bases. Perez deals. Another ball high at the zone will not catch. So 2-1 here. Coffin in a great position, is ahead. Alexis Perez winds and deals. This one, a worm burner through the gloves of Kenworthy and Martin, and finds a way to get on base.
Batting number 6, Christy Tadvik.
And now it's Christine Tadvik coming up. Christine Tadvik so far, she's gotten on base, scored a few times. As Alexis Perez sends this first pitch on the inside, called for ball 1 against Tadvik. She's got Coffin on first, so she does have to be careful. And Alexis Perez trying to get her first out. So 2 balls, no strikes, and no outs in this inning so far for Alexis Perez. She has 1 strikeout so far on the day after relieving Cole, but doesn't have an out in her own solo inning. So the pitch coming down into the heart of the strike zone finally gets called for strike 1. Coffin on first, the 2-1 on its way. Just on the inside part of the zone again. It's 2-2. The umpires had a little bit of leeway with some of the inside pitches, but it's been very fair for both teams. So tied like laces for Alexis Perez. Here's the pitch. This one lifted up high. Mead having to go into short, shallow, outfield and make the catch.
Now batting number 16, Sarah Curling.
So that's the first out. It's going to be a fly out to Mead, bringing up Sarah Curling. Sarah Curling has had some interesting at-bats. She was walked, then she had a triple, then she flew out to Brenna Wilson in left field. See what she can do now. Shows bunt, pulls back. Gracie Hamilton doing an excellent job of protecting behind the dish from Alexis Perez's pitch. So Coffin on first, 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Just trying to get this game over with. And a pitch that gets away from Gracie Hamilton is going to allow Coffin to get on the second. Alexis Perez with the 2-0. Delivers just off the side of the plate. And that will be 3 balls and no strikes for Sarah Curling. Very much a hitter's choice. If I'm Alexis Perez, I want to put this to where Curling can get a piece of it, but not get a good hold of it. As this one gets tapped into left field, just through the glove of Wilson. And that brings in Avery Coffin. And Sarah Curling advances this lead to 10. So now here in the 7th, the score being 10-0. They score a run in the top of the 7th. So Avery Coffin gets in on a Sarah Curling triple RBI. And just as I was saying before, Sarah Curling had a little bit of interesting at-bats. Had another interesting one, their second triple of the day. So Perez, that first one coming through, it's called for strike 1. Because Almont fouled it. Or Nordahl fouled it, I should say. Second one being thrown up high. Making for Ball one. So 1-1 count with one out here in the top of the 7th. Alexis Perez just looking to close this game out. Alexis Perez deals down low at the knees. Will not catch the bottom part of the zone, and it's 2-1 now. Perez. The 2-1. Delivers. This one just in the middle of the strike zone, but will not be called. And now the count standing at 3-1 here. The 3-1 from Perez. Delivers it across the plate. Catches the bottom part of the zone, and now it's full count. Perez with the full count. How will she finish it? This one being lifted up by Nordahl. Keeps herself alive. Perez desperately searching for that second out of the inning, knowing that she has Curling on third. The full count. Fires. This one batted out, fouled on the right side. And somehow the Southern Oregon Raiders and Nordahl are holding on. 10-2 is what the current score is here in the top of the 7th. They've already scored one. Perez with the full count fires it just at the letters and will not catch the zone as it rides high. So a tough scenario for the Beacons, and now runners on each corner. Nordahl on first. Curling still on third, mind you. With Katie Fodge up to bat.
Pinch hitting number 10, Katie Fodge.
Just got the confirmation there that Katie Fodge will come up to pinch hit in place of what would be Faith Moultrie, and after that was Gory Pistol. Perez sets herself for a clean slate here against Fodge. Gets called strike one as Fodge does go all the way around. Not so much a check swing scenario, but Perez finding some confidence being up 0-1, fires away. This one just off the side of the plate. Count at 1 apiece now. Perez trying to do everything in her power just to close out this top of the 7th. Give the team a little bit of life before the bottom. Fodge pops this one up foul just behind us. And a count of 1-2 with one out. Katie Fodge. Count of 1-2. Fodge looking to stay alive. Perez sets. And the 1-2 fires. This one fouled again. And the count remaining the same at 1-2 with one out here in the top of the 7th. The Raiders lead 10-2. Alexis Perez, here comes the pitch. This one a short grounder to Meade. Meade trying to throw it to Kenworthy. But Kenworthy could not make the grab in time. And with that, Fodge will advance to first. Alexis Perez could have used the defensive break there. even if it was a double play, or it could have turned into a double play, even one of the outs would have been suffice. That first pitch coming across the plate. He's called for strike one, high and tight at the hands. And Haley Siva in her second at-bat so far. Haley Siva lifts this one down deep into left field, over the fence. Haley Siva with a 3-run shot. Haley Siva, a deep 3-run shot here in the top of the 7th. That makes 5 runs scored for the Southern Raiders, and a game that was once in the hands of the Bushnell Beacons has just fallen out of their grips. A fall from grace. And it's 14-2 now, with added insult on the 3-run shot from Siva. So now, it's going to be Maisie Memphy coming to bat in place of Muxon. Memphy lifts this one up to Rondell in center, and she'll make the fly out easy and pure. And Alexis Perez. 2 outs.
Batting number 1, Michelle Hara.
Trying to look for number 3 as Michelle Hara finds herself in place for another at-bat against Alexis Perez. Has already gotten on base once today. Takes that first pitch just high at the eyes. As Perez preps for the 1-0. Sends. Just high again off the side of the plate. That's going to be 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes here with 2 outs. Haley Siva now has 3 home runs on the year with that 3-run shot that she just hit. Still a little bit of ways behind Violet Richardson, who has 5 on the year. But with the score of the Southern Raiders having 14 and the Bushnell Beacons only having 2 here in the top of the 7th. Alexis Perez winds and deals. This one popped up foul just behind us. And now at 2 apiece, it finally feels like Alexis Perez has a grip on the steering wheel. Trying to finish it out. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Can she deliver the dagger? Down and low at the knees, will not be called for strike 3, but instead ball 3. So now, a full count scenario for Michelle Hara and the Southern Oregon Raiders. Alexis Perez just needs 1 more. This one batted directly into the glove of Ashla Martin. That was 1 more. And that will be the final out. When we return here for the bottom of the 7th action for the Bushnell Beacons, but the Southern Raiders still lead this matchup 14-2. And we're back for the final frame of action for Bushnell here in Rich Schwab Field. It's bottom of the 7th. Every opportunity matters for the Bushnell Beacons, and every swing counts. They're down 12 here in the bottom of the 7th. One last frame to try to etch in some numbers. And who else but Brenna Wilson, the person who broke up the no-hitter in game 3 against Kennedy Keela now with a count of 1-1. Kennedy Keela with the 1-1, winds high and tight inside. And 2 balls with 1 strike and no outs here, as Keela tries to finish this one out. Keela, the 2-1. So for Brenna Wilson, the count is 3-1. Really take it any moment. Sees on the inside, make that ball 4, and Brenna Wilson jogs her way down to first base. And the Beacons, for what feels for the first time since the first inning, that there has been some life. It's just a walk. It's okay.
Pinch hitting for the Beaks, number 12, Emma.
But it's a start to finally chip in at this 12-point deficit that stands right in front of them. Emma Fournier coming up to bat. No outs for Emma Fournier and the Beacons with a great sign and Wilson on first. Keela sends the first pitch on the clean slate. This one batted fouled at the backstop. So no balls, 1 strike for Kennedy Keela. Emmy Fournier. Trying to see the 0-1 come across. Just on the inside part of the zone will be called for strike 2. And now with not much wiggle room to play with, Emma Fournier needing to make every at-bat count, every pitch count here. This one off the side of the plate for Fournier and called for ball 1. And Kennedy Keela resets herself and deals. Emma Fournier lifting this one high up into left field, but it is going to be fouled. So the count of 1-2 here for Kennedy Keela in the bottom of the 7th. High at the eyes for Emma Fournier. This is exactly what the Beacons want. It's tied 2 apiece. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th with the runner on first. What else do you have to lose? That's what Emma Fournier is thinking. The pitch up and away at the eyes again. A full count scenario for Emma Fournier. Kennedy Keela trying to deliver the final blow. Fournier lifts this up and it's foul just behind us. And the 3-2 from Keela on its way. Just on the inside, and Emma Fournier will walk. 2 walks in a row. The Beacons. It's all starting to come together. And pinch running for Emma Fournier is going to be Marina Castaneda. Castaneda
Gracie Hamilton.
finding herself on base again, not due to hitting the ball in the play, but pitch running. It's her second time on base. She did get on base with a single earlier in the first at bat. And Keela with a runner on first, no outs. Runner on first and second, with Gracie Hamilton up to bat. Keela winds and delivers on the inside part and will get called for strike one. And now the count standing at 1-1. Keela delivers again. This one skied up high on the left field, but it's fouled. That one going real deep into the left. Hamilton trying to... She can straighten that one out. It could be gone. And they're just going to allow Kennedy Keela to finish out this inning, it looks about. Another ball lifted up high on the inside. It's where Keela is placing most of the pitches, trying to tie up some of these batters. She's had great success with it throughout the game, but here into the latter part, it has been a little bit of a different story. But Keela sends anyways. This one tapped down, and the out made it third, and that gets the lead runner of Brenna Wilson. So little 6-5 action.
Now batting number 26, Sarah Martin.
And now coming in to pinch hit for Brooklyn Rondo is going to be Sarah Martin. Martin, who didn't record a single hit in Game 3, is coming in to bat for Game 4 and catches that first pitch that she sees for strike one, just on the inside part of the zone. Keela delivers the 0-1 on the inside part of the zone again, but will not be called for strike two. She knows that she's not going to get it every single time. But the count now 1 apiece. Keela fires on the inside part again, towards the knees, 2-1. Keela grabbing out that rosin bag, trying to gain some more control. The 2-1 on its way, high at the helmet. So now it's 3-1 for Sarah Martin against Kennedy Keela. Keela with the 3-1 fires. This one lined into the glove of Pemberton. And thrown back and made for out number 3. And an unfortunate turn for the Bushnell Beacons on a double play. They do fall to the Southern Oregon Raiders and get swept at home. The final score of today's game through 7 innings, the Southern Oregon Raiders 14, and the Bushnell Beacons with 2. The Bushnell Beacons did fight valiantly and with much effort to try to grab a single win against the Southern Oregon Raiders, but the number 1 team in NAIA was just too strong for them. Also the number 2 team in the CCC. With that, the Bushnell Beacons will fall to 6-21 and 1-14 in the conference. And on the opposite side, for the Southern Oregon Raiders, it's 30 wins now, with only 2 losses. And in the CCC, they have 14 wins with 1 loss as well, and Bushnell will fall, being at 1-14. In a tough turn of events for the Bushnell Beacons, they still fight to stay alive. Their next outing is going to be at University of Providence in Montana, Great Falls, Montana, and that's going to be April 4th and April 5th. That will not be at home, and the Beacons do play a little bit of a road match. University of Providence, then followed up by Corbin, and then finally coming back here in the mid part of April, April 18th against Eastern Oregon, the number 2 team in the nation in all of NAIA, and the number 1 team in the CCC. I've been your voice, CJ Flores, and as always, a great thank you to everyone at Bushnell that made this happen. Your final score today, the Bushnell Beacons 2, the Southern Oregon Raiders 14. And we'll be back on April 18th when the Bushnell Beacons return home. This has been CJ Flores on the Bushnell Streaming Network. Have a great night and sayonara.